While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the infection going. If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well.
Very much.
Each
This
time you
dash
hit an enemy,
power
they'll
actually will
continue
leave the light
infecting them.
down.
It's nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side.
I think
I also have another chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more single target degen.
Yes.
If the monster is infected with Contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction. Another minion type I can summon are zombies, but they require a corpse.
But we don't have too long.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
Alright. We are firing on all chambers on both multi-streams. How's everyone going?
Now,
By the way, I have like a
skeletal
liter and a half
tossers.
of iced coffee
they can
for
throw
this
little
one.
fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life.
Oh. Actually bought water for once. Not just coffee.
When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go.
It's like a hands sort of back attachment.
It's particularly nice on these bone
looks
constructs
pretty
because they
cool.
expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone.
How long have we got until... Crazy thing is you'll finally be able to buy $1,000 supporter pack today. We've got 2 hours, pretty much 2 hours of meat. We've got 2 hours of PoE2 footage to read through.
So,
I know,
that's how
right?
many minions you can
This
get at
is
level 2.
this is way
But let's see
crazier
what
than
minion gameplay
a
looks
league
like at a higher
announcement.
level.
League
This is
announcements
a
are
level
usually
30
pretty
area.
big. This is something else.
I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or
There
ice
we go.
mages for
Now you can see
freezing,
the YouTube
and most of them come with their own
channel
special
on the
abilities or
top
command
screen.
skills. For now, I'd like a couple of storm mages to shock enemies.
I haven't
cleric to heal
actually
and revive
slept
my
for
minions,
2 days.
and a bunch of reavers as well.
I couldn't sleep
Reavers
tonight.
do high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle. This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes. The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions die. He can summon a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of skill called Offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons
William.
on a big spike of bone
Hey,
in order to buff
how's it
all of
going,
your other
man?
minions.
Hey, Adam. I'm pretty fucking keen,
The one
not
I've
gonna
just
lie.
used here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions
We've had
faster and
like
deal
all
more damage.
creators in the Mobalytics Discord as well.
After the battle,
So
we have some extra corpses.
there's a number
We
of
don't
us,
want
and
those
we've
to
got a
go
bit of
waste.
a
Profane Ritual
yeah.
consumes a
It's
corpse
this
to create
game
a
is gonna be
power
different.
charge, which can power up
There's
some of
going to
my
be a
other
lot
spells.
more information
If I use
available, a
them to
lot
summon
more
zombies,
build
I can create
cohesion
super
between the
zombies, which are more
creators.
powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon them.
I'm hoping Delve comes into PoE2, but I'm not confident we're going to get it announced today. But you know what? If it does, well,
I
I'll
can
be looking
also
to do
use
the
power
first
charges to channel
guides
Bone
for it.
Storm.
Hands down.
If I do that, it adds a
I'm
devastating
going to live and
AoE.
breathe Delve. I will be the master of the mines. And I'll be doing it with tanks. Probably the warrior. I'm still super keen to play minions, but the warrior just seems like the right fit for me.
In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough.
Necro Druid could be a thing, man. That's not an insane
maybe I can
thing.
put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem. Using it, I can take the body of any enemy and capture its
Well, we know
spirit so that
div
it
cards are
has
in
a
the
minion.
game now because they
Any
got that
monster
in
can be
those
captured,
boxes
but
they
the
were
spirit
opening
cost
with the
depends on how
other
powerful the
creators.
monster is. It takes a lot of spirit for
realistically,
such a
I just
powerful
want to see
enemy,
the end
so we'll have
game.
to
Like,
unsummon a lot of
potentially
the
we're
other
going to
minions,
finally
but
see
it
some
certainly
end
seems
game
like it might
today.
be worth it.
And we'll actually know what the game looks
If the
like.
Spectre dies, just like any other minion, it will respawn after a
Necro
short
Druid
time.
could be really sick. But, like, what about Necromancer Warrior or something like that? Necro Warrior. Like some sort of summoning shield jug, shield warrior. I want Karui warriors.
So, I think it's time to fight the boss of this
Like
area.
a general's
Torgal the
cry,
Defiant.
like reserve spirit, and you have like permanent warriors up. That'd be dope. They're just div cards, like standard divination cards, and made their way back in. Yeah, Death Knight. Templar's where it really is going to sit with me. That's the best thing. But I want to see like directional blocking and how that works. Like how good is directional blocking? There's so many questions that we just need answered, and we finally might be able to get that today. Like the fights are going to be nuts, but I just want to see endgame at this stage. I'd say so. Paladin and Templar is probably going to be a thing. Holy Paladin, Holy Templar. Like play like Bombardment Crusader in Path of Exile. Totally makes sense. Thanks for the follow, man. yeah. Man, I'm just like caffeined up. I'm gonna be running on fumes, but I'm here for it. I took the day off work today too. I think I'm going to be putting out like a heap of breakdown videos later tonight, just dissecting everything. But yeah, it's going to be a busy day today. I'm just keen to see what endgame looks like potentially. It could be totally ridiculous. Yeah, man, I got like a litre and a half of iced coffee just to keep me going. Man, Sork looks really good. It felt good when I played at ExileCon too. I'm really keen on Sork, but I want to do like lightning tendies. I'm probably going to buy a PS5 before Christmas for that exact reason. I'm hoping we get Delve today. I did put it in the X on ZED's post around, are we going to get it? Character skills. I want to watch Druid gameplay actually.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our talk today on character skills.
I'm
I'm Rory Rackham. I'm lead game designer working on player skills for Path of Exile 2. I'm joined by our principal animator, Ed.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and a crossbow
Yeah,
can solve
okay.
it.
It does have restricted cosmetics, but they haven't answered the question about like stash tabs and stuff like that, and that's what I'm interested to know about. I don't think they'll drop any classes. I think they were pretty like 100% on the classes that are going to
When
be in the
thinking
game.
about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead
I
of needing
think
to be
this
drawn
class
back.
is probably going to be
This
like
means that you
the
need
go-to
immediate
class for
feedback.
most
Clicking
players.
the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we
Like
experience
everyone's
that,
going to want
we
to try
realize that
Call
there
of
are a lot
Duty
of design
Path
lessons to
of
learn from this,
Exile. Call
so
of
we
Duty
fully
mode
embrace
Path of
them.
Exile.
In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Soap McTavish.
But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further.
Gonna play some
Path of
Nasty
Exile 2, we now support
was it
WASD
Nasty Under
movement.
Zombies
You can now walk around in any
Path of
direction
Exile?
independent of aiming. In fact, if this is your preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using. You can change between click to move or
I want to play a
WASD
shotgun-toting
at any time.
warrior. I reckon that'll be awesome. But they've got a new
You can
skill
only hold
called
2
pin,
crossbows at a time.
and
Path of
it
Exile 2 is
synergizes
all
with
about interesting
mechanical
combinations of
lockdown.
abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in.
PvP mode with bloody
This is a burst shot
WASD.
crossbow, and right now I have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes
Yeah,
it very
exactly.
effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
It'd be good to see how that synergizes
But there
together
are
with
other
melee
ammos
combat.
too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to incendiary. The more projectiles hit the target,
I want
the
to see
stronger they
how
ignite.
like
So
different
you'll want to
bolts
get up
cross
nice,
over.
close and
Like
personal
if
with this
there's, you know, I don't know, things where
If you have a
ice
bunch of
and
targets running
ice
at
and
you,
fire
you might
have
want to slow them down.
interactions and things like
In this
that.
case, you could switch to permafrost.
So they already have
burst
like
shot.
gas grenades
Shooting a
that can
bunch of small
explode when
enemies at
fire
range
comes
will
in
chill them,
contact with
and
it.
potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to armor piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with armor piercing burst shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies.
Yep, drops in 1 hour or 2 hours, I think it is. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it, dude.
Another feature crossbows have
So
is
we got 1 hour,
attachments.
53
This
minutes.
is a grenade launcher. As you can see, when I equip it, it appears on the underside of the crossbow. These attachments are just like skill gems, so you effectively get extra skill slots. And you can augment these with support gems, just like
See,
regular
I'm
skills.
keen to play this with like gas grenade and an explosion, like fire explosives or something like that. I reckon that'd be cool. You can also stack up
These take a
grenades
while
on,
to
on
explode,
themselves
so it's a
too,
good
so you
idea
can
to
do
pair
like
them with some
mega
kind of crowd
explosions.
control, like permafrost burst shot.
No worries, man.
We have other grenades too, though. This attachment is a
I reckon
flash
a lot
grenade.
of that's probably
It does
changed
barely
now.
any damage, but it does a huge amount of
No,
stuff.
I think the
It can be
attachments
a
are
great
still in
opener
there. They
before
just
you run
haven't
into
spoken
combat.
about it a lot yet. And all the footage they've shown is early game.
Surprise!
Yep. Well, Cool Rain's in the game again, isn't it? This footage is
Now,
from
here's
like
another
6
attachment,
months ago.
An oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades
I think they
coats the
still have
ground
the
and
socket
nearby
colors
enemies
in this
in oil.
footage too.
Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic.
Hey Demo, how's it going, dude? Like
Now,
the
another
Act
thing
2
that oil
footage
can
with
do
the
is be
spears
set
and
on
stuff
fire.
looks really cool,
Any
but it's
burning
old
enemy or
footage.
explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage. One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage.
Yeah,
But
we get
thankfully, you
2
can put
hours
an
and the
additional
big reveal,
crossbow in
like
your
the
second
big
weapon
full
set to
reveal.
deal with the weaknesses
like
of your primary
everything.
weapon.
We get pretty much
This is a
everything thrown
rapid
to
shot
us.
crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot
Gonna
while
unleash
running.
some
In
democracy in
Path of
Ray
Exile 2,
class.
we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills
The
like this
crazy
opens
thing
up a
will
lot
be
of
like when the
redesign space
first
and
builds
allows us
start
to
coming
really
out, that's
increase
when
the
shit's
pace of
gonna hit the
combat.
fan. That's gonna be awesome. Just dispensing some democracy.
The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more
So
damage.
armor break's gonna be a pretty cool mechanic. So I don't think they have in Pale anymore. That's it. Well, there's like a grenade launch or like a rocket launcher sort of thing going on with this too. So that's pretty cool.
Being able to run while shooting with Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting retreat.
Reload!
Using permafrost ammo with Rapid Shot is also useful if you need to retreat. When you shoot the ground, it creates ice crystals. If you draw monsters back over these crystals, they explode, chilling the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack.
Co-op. It's 2-player couch co-op, but it'll be 6 players like in a
Slowing
single
enemies down
instance,
can come in
like a
handy if
party
you want to use the
instance,
incendiary version of
which is
Rapid
the
Shot.
same as in Path of
Using this
Exile
skill
1.
requires that
So
you charge up a little bit before it fires.
that means you could have like
But as it continues to
3
heat up, it will
2
do more
co-op
and more
setups, or like co-op setup and like everyone else's in a
It
party.
has a really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it. But the other really useful feature is that when the crossbow is heated up,
I think
it adds extra
accuracy
fire
will
damage to
still
any
be in the
grenade that you
game.
launch.
That's probably not gonna leave the game anytime soon. not sure.
Now, I've
I
been
think
using explosive
I don't
grenades
know.
here, but they
Telegraphing
work
skills,
equally as well
telegraphing
with flash
hits
or oil
and things
grenades
like
too.
that is very
If you use it
different
with
because the
oil grenades,
hitboxes
the
are very
oil will
different in
catch fire
PoE 2.
immediately.
Pretty much. And with the MTXs in the game, you can probably make the Merc look like a Helldiver anyway. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the buff skills. They don't. Apparently, they don't call them aura skills anymore, but they call them buff skills. Yeah, exactly. I'd agree with that. Accuracy is probably going to be more prevalent.
Another crossbow type that you can find is Power Shot. This one works just like a classic sniper rifle. Use it with armor-piercing ammo.
I can't believe we're
penetrate
what,
armor on targets.
15
So it's a good idea
days
to use when
away,
something's
something
really
like
tough.
that, from EA. After like nearly 6 years. It's nuts. Totally nuts.
Now this skill has another interesting interaction with armor break. If an enemy has its armor
Spirit
broken, then
zombie.
your power shot hits a weak spot and does a huge amount of single target damage.
Poison
with a bunch of extra
bears.
stun for good measure.
Like have rat summons, poison rats. Nah, I'm super keen
Now,
for the warrior
the incendiary
though. The
version
shield
of Power Shot
skills.
is more like
I
a
want to play
rocket
shield
launcher.
skills.
It does a big explosive blast at a distance.
Pretty crazy, yeah, yeah. Like considering played PoE 1 for like 11 years, something like that, and now like we're moving into PoE 2, that's just crazy. Like, whew.
One of the really useful features of this version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground. This combo also works really well with
forgot to
incendiary
change it to
rapid
Path of
shot.
Exile 2.
I'm going to charge up the heat on my crossbow, shoot out a bunch of grenades, and then start the fireworks with a power shot.
It's pretty nuts. Yeah, I just did. I just realised that. I forgot about that. It's going to be a bit of a learning curve.
The ice version of Power Shot creates frost walls at a distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters in tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. If they get destroyed by monsters,
that's
then they
all
will
working.
explode, doing a small amount of damage.
I think the difference is going to be like warriors probably going to be more block and shield and sword, or like, well, it is using maces and stuff like that. But I don't think they'll be changing the like chieftain and things like that. It's probably still going to be a thing, but very
Now,
different.
remember that burst shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice
I don't
walls
know.
too.
It's actually
Let's
really
put burst
hard
shot
to
back
try
on.
and anticipate because who knows what they're going to do.
Now I can fill up
It's,
this area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor.
I hope the
piercing burst
jug's in
shot
the
for a
game
huge
again,
amount
but
of
then
damage.
like I don't know how what the warrior sentence is going to be. Very likely they might have like a summoning class for the warrior as well. And if they do, that'd be really cool because they were saying like every single class. They were
Alright,
saying
it's
every
time to
single
face the
class
boss for
has
this
like
area.
a
Let's see
minion
how we fare
summon
against
sort
her
of
with
skill
all the
setup.
skills I've shown you so
So
far.
potentially, like, you know, we're gonna have a Karui warrior sort of summoning ascendancy. That'll be really cool.
Not letting you anywhere near him.
Stay still, the mother!
No.
Ah, my dear child! Your time has
By the gods. Rapid fire.
children! Eat your fill! Hard!
Eat this.
I played a lot of Forge Guard in PoE in last Epoch. It was my favourite class, to be honest with you.
Piercing shot.
What have you done?
Just putting in tags.
Hold my children!
Man, alright, cool. monster. I played the double shield build when it got released as well. I thought that was really cool. But I don't know if that could be a thing in this. I don't know. We just have to find out. But there's this shield slam skill that we slam the shield into the ground, like past the ground, and then you can explode the ground. I'm really keen to see how that looks.
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
What else I got lined out here? Oh, Ranger.
Let the hunt begin.
I don't know about the Ranger, eh?
When we
The
started
Ranger
to work
just
on the
doesn't...
Ranger, we knew we had to make a class
The
with high
Ranger doesn't,
agility.
like, stand
The
out
dream
to
of
me.
fast
I've
bow
never
gameplay
been a
is
big fan of
Legolas,
bow
so
builds,
that's what
though.
we wanted to deliver.
Like, there's definitely a lot of players that
Starting
love
point
it.
is
Like,
moving while
lightning
shooting a
arrow
bow.
players.
Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty.
I sort of
This
did like
immediately
how,
gives you
like,
a lot more freedom on the battlefield.
they
Here,
originally
I'm
showed
starting
Path
each
of
battle
Exile
with a
2 where,
poison-burst
like,
arrow
the
to
character
poison
yelled out
groups
the
of
type of
enemies,
bolt and stuff
then
like that.
using a
I thought
lightning
that
arrow
was pretty
to arc
cool
lightning
originally.
around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground. Really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away. Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time. If you land the right timing, Snipe is
Yeah,
guaranteed
I
to produce a
reckon that
critical
those
strike
big
and does a
hits
small
sort of
AoE as
things
well,
at 'em
so it's a
look
great
awesome.
finisher.
It's definitely going to be in
You
my
can also
wheelhouse
move
to
while
make
shooting
builds
arrow
around
range
that sort of
skills
stuff.
too. This skill is Lightning Rod. It shoots an arrow into
Yeah,
the
they're going
air
to be
that
like
sticks into
highly
the ground
mobile.
and does a
I
small
just don't
AoE.
know. Like, I like
Once
the
the
slower
rods are on the ground,
playstyle,
though,
and I sort
they
of like
attract
now
any
that
arcs
I
of
can
lightning
get
that are
away with
nearby,
playing a
causing
slower
them to explode
playstyle.
again.
It's like being bigger and tankier.
This means you
and
can stack
meatier
up a
to
bunch
me
of
just
lightning
seems
rods on the
like more
ground
fun.
and bounce lightning between them, doing
But
way
like,
more damage.
it's got a build for almost every sort of person, right? So you got
Now
what,
this takes care
36
of packs pretty
ascendancies,
well,
which
but
is
for bigger
36
enemies, I'd
different
like to
ways
have
to
something
play,
that's going to
basically.
enhance my damage output too.
Well, 36
skill
different
is
combinations
Stormcaller
of
Arrow.
200 plus
Using it
skills
sticks an
is
arrow
totally
into
crazy.
an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources.
Now they got lightning
If something
rod.
big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo.
And see, even this was before, like,
Now, if I
they
really
showed,
want
like,
to
no
enhance this
socket
combo,
colors
there are a
and stuff
couple of
like
things
that.
I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items called skill gems. Each skill gem has
And this is
colored
what I was
sockets
saying,
in
like,
it,
in all the
and these
footage we've
sockets are for
seen,
other
we haven't
items
actually
called
seen a
support
6-link
gems.
setup,
Support
and I
gems
reckon we're
modify
going to
your
see it
skills,
today.
And it's where a huge amount of the customization of your character comes from. First, I'm going to take this multiple projectile
We're at
support
1
gem.
hour and 41 minutes.
I could add it to my lightning
This is
arrow.
going to be
and
a
it would fire
long 1
multiple
hour and
arrows.
41 minutes.
This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo. I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too. Now next up I'm going to grab this chain support gem. Chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them. If I add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line
I
of
like
lightning
it.
rods.
I like
for huge
all of
amounts
the
damage.
FX. It just looks so vivid. That is so unlucky, man.
Now I think we can use support gems to improve
I
Stormcaller
think it's like
arrow
a
as well.
6-hour stream
Let's
or
start
something
simple.
like that.
I'm gonna
I
chuck
heard
less
something like it
duration
was
on
like a
here.
6,
This will cause the
4 or
lightning from the
6
sky
hour
to strike a
stream.
bit faster.
Potentially, they're just
Next
going to
up, we
like
have a support
dump a
called shock
shitload of
proliferation.
information onto us.
This support makes it so that any
Like,
enemies
I've
shocked
got
by
to
the skill will
write
also
a
have the
finance
shock
report
jump to
after
nearby
this, and
enemies,
then I've got to
meaning
go
they'll
into
take
the
extra
office,
damage
write a
as well.
finance report, then rush home and work on like 20,000 videos
It's just
over
a
the
chance to
weekend.
proc, so it's not going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick.
Thanks for the follow,
Another
Avid.
useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE 2. It enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times.
I like how they made
With what we have
cooldown
here,
a
I
rare
think it might be a
mechanic.
good idea to use it with lightning arrow.
It's not like
It'll
everything's
generate
going to
3
have a
times as
freaking
many lightning
cooldown, so
explosions.
it's going to stop you from bloody, you know,
You
having
could
a fluid
also use it
gameplay
at just the
arc.
right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile
Yeah,
and can be used in a range
gonna
of
be crazy.
situations.
It's exciting though. This is like how Christmas
Now,
used to
even as
feel.
mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this. If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod. First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily.
There's going to be a lot of CC builds and
Now,
stuff like that.
sometimes when you use
but
Electrocuting
monk is
Rod,
gonna
the
be
enemy dies
craziest
before you get a
build,
chance to
craziest,
electrocute
I
them.
think.
I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly.
It could be 6 hours, yeah. That was a rumor that I saw. But, you know, who knows? If it's 6 hours, that'd be nuts. Man, we're going to be like picking names out of like, when I play the warrior, I'm probably going to play like,
Now,
call a
this skill
character
works
like
really well for
Hellbrack
suppressing a
or
single large
Grimaldus and the
But I'd like to
retinue.
improve my crowd control ability
We'll have
for
like a
groups as
minion
well.
setup, which is
I'm
Grimaldus
going
and
to
the
add a
retinue.
support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies.
We need to
I'll
figure
also
out a
add deep
Marnius
freeze to it as
Calgar
well,
build.
which will make the freezes last a bit longer.
Just like anything Warhammer, just Warhammer the max out of it.
Now when I use my Frost Escape on that
By
front
every
enemy,
MTX that
others
looks like
nearby are
Warhammer.
slowed down. It would also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the Ranger's poison and plant-based skills.
So I think the plan
start
is
with, let's have a
for
look at
the
Vine Arrow.
release, I'm going to start
skill
multicasting on
fires
both
an arrow
YouTube
into
and
the air
Twitch
that
again.
creates a small
And
plant
we'll
where
see
it
how we go
lands.
and might
The plant
stick
sends
with
out
it, make it
tendrils
a
to nearby
consistent,
enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them.
consistent streaming.
But it does
format.
have another function too. If the plant gets further
Gork
poisoned,
and
it
Mork,
transfers that
yeah.
poison to the
That'd be
monsters
pretty
it's
cool
attached
if
to.
you ran Gork and Mork and ran
Normally
a
you would
zombie
only be
build or
able to get
something like
one stack
that.
of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much
Warhammer
poison as you
Guild.
want on this plant.
Deadly harvest.
We actually
You could
don't
just
know
use the
about
plant to
guilds
slow
in
monsters
Path of
down and
Exile
not
2
worry
either.
about the poison part. But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now, if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison
Call it the
Bloom
Filthy
Arrow.
Templars.
This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode.
Man, I've got a
Just
whole
like
week
any other
off.
plant
It's
skill,
basically
these
I'm going to
plants
be
respond
full-time
well to
streamer
poison.
for a whole week
Shoot
when
the
this
poison
game
burst
comes
arrow
out.
at enemies nearby
And then
watch
2
your
weeks
plants
after
grow more
that,
and more
I've
powerful.
got Christmas
Poisoning
off
the
as well.
pustules causes them to do much more damage and makes them explode
Yeah,
much
we don't
faster
know
as
about
well.
guild halls if they're in like Path of
I can
Exile
also
1.
add the Pierce support to Poison Burst Arrow.
So little
Doing this will
information
mean I
has
get
been
multiple
provided.
poison bursts as it goes through each monster.
But I've just put on some new staff at work too, so it looks like my workload might go down too. So
We also have
I
another
will
skill
be
to make a
online
nice
more
environment
often.
for your plants to grow. Gas Cloud Arrow. This skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of gas.
that'd be
that
really
continuously
interesting if they
poisons
did
things
link
inside
in the
it.
communication systems between the two
Throw your
games.
plants down, then put a gas cloud on top.
It'd be
The
odd,
constant
but
poisoning will make them grow.
the interesting thing will be to see how many people continue to play PoE 1 after PoE 2 drops. Like, will it still hold a player base, a consistent player base? It probably will, but it won't be as
Another
anywhere as near
poison-related
as
skill we
robust
have on
as
the
this
Ranger
game.
is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses spirit.
I'm a financial controller.
When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a
Thanks for
monster.
the resub, Big Gun.
You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned.
Yeah, I'll be doing
Now I'm going to
alternate
fight
leagues.
these monsters and make sure to poison them
I'll be
as
doing
much as
the
I can
build
to build up
curations
the
for
counter.
alternate leagues. So 2 months of this, and then 1 month of PoE 1, and then 2 months of this, and then it's just going to be a consistent rotating schedule of Path of Exile. It's going to be
It
crazy.
does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage. Now next up we have a classic.
So the
Rain of
leagues
Arrows.
will be
It's
like
simple.
2 months.
Shoot
It'll be a
bunch of
league
arrows
for
in the
2
sky,
months with
and then
PoE
rain
2,
down for a short time.
and then after
It's
2
decent
months it'll
AoE
be
and
PoE
damage at
1,
long range.
and then so that was that PoE 2 league winds out. Then it'll be another PoE 2 league.
Now this skill doesn't last too long,
so on, so
but we
on,
can
and it'll
change
just
that.
alternate.
It's time to introduce frenzy charges. Frenzy charges are used for a variety of skills on the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they can be used to extend the duration.
Your mine.
But
do we
what
get
I'm
some of it?
hoping to see is like
Here we
consistent
have a skill called
scaling, and I
Sniper's
think
Mark.
this game might
Put it on
achieve
the
it
enemy
for the
and
first
will
time
grant them
ever.
a frenzy charge when
So
you
not
crit.
like
Now remember that
difficult
snipe skill from
scaling
earlier?
in Path of
That
Exile
skill
1, but
guarantees a
actual
critical
real
hit.
like
So
consistent
first we
scaling.
snipers marked an enemy, then we sniped them.
And like balance
And after
scaling
that,
of
the next
skills.
rain of arrows will
So the
last a
biggest
really,
issue
really
with
long
all
time.
the years that I was like building builds and things like that, putting guys
We still
together,
have
the
some
biggest issue that
weaknesses,
I've ever
though.
had was
While
the
Rain of Arrows has
skills like
enemies with a
Frozen
ton of
Legion and
arrows,
stuff
each
like
one
that.
doesn't do much
They
damage
do not
individually.
balance. Like they're just
It would be nice if we had a
impossible to
way
get
to break
working
the
without
armor on
mirrors and
enemies
stuff
so that
like
Rain of
that.
Arrows dealt more
Or
damage.
like a lot of div.
Thankfully, we have
I'm
this
hoping
corrode
that in
armor
Path of Exile
support
2
gen, and we
that
can put it on our
issue's been
gas
sort of
cloud arrow.
resolved and the skills are a lot
Corrode
more
armor causes
equally
poison
balanced
to
and
erode the
workable
armor on
across the
targets
board.
until it's all gone.
If that's
This
the
will
case, that'd be
significantly
really
increase
good.
the damage that Rain of Arrows does against armored targets.
If that's the case, we'll be making some
Oh, yeah,
freaking
and
wild
one more
builds.
thing about gas clouds. They can be detonated with explosions. I have an explosive arrow here. Let's check it out.
Still.
That's pretty cool. I like that feature.
Now, because monsters and gas clouds are likely to have their armor broken, I think there's another useful combo we can do. This is an
Maybe we
exploit
can finally
weakness
make
support.
chain hook
This
totems a
support
reality.
provides extra bonus damage to targets. that
Maybe
have their
they'll
armor
allow us to
broken.
play totems with chain hooks. Just
Perfect
totems
what
are
we
in the
have
game.
going on
They've
here.
confirmed that. I think spell totems but I think totems are taking the place also of brains, so I don't think brains are coming back.
So,
I haven't seen
those are
anything
just some
about
of the skills
brains.
we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills, let's see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the boss of the temples, Thanos.
Did you say Thanos? Thanos. I reckon the bosses are going to be the best part though. Like it's actually going to be fun that you're going to have like boss guides on how to like learn boss fights and stuff like that. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's going to be nice to not be like going in and just blasting maps and like going boom boom boom. I don't necessarily like certain beats. Yeah, exactly. Like situational blocking. I just want to be able to face tank bosses. So that's what my goal is going to be. How do we face tank bosses? Thanks for the sub, Adam. Appreciate it, man. That's it. The fights are supposedly a lot more visual moving forward, so it's a lot easier to sort of see what's going on. Be the same with mapping. There's been plenty of times where I've like lost sort of sight of where my character is after long enough, and it's just not ideal. But off-screening should be a lot less prevalent, so getting smashed from something like 10 kilometers away shouldn't happen so much. That's at least what they've said.
Kill swiftly and move on. This is how you survive.
And that's the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with
No
a low
worries,
movement
man.
penalty.
Yeah,
That's pretty
I'm
overpowered.
not going to make
You
it
can
a...
also use your
There's a
vaulting
second
skills to
channel
jump
for
right off the rower's
VODs,
back.
which I'll keep
Once the rower
filtering
doesn't
the
have a rider, it
VODs to.
starts attacking monsters.
But,
so he's
I
nice
thought
to have
I'd
around,
keep it
even
up
if you're
there.
not riding him. That said,
And
if
yeah,
you are
we get
riding,
rower. We
don't
get
hit.
apparently a
If you
rower
take a heavy
mount's
stun
been
while on a
confirmed
rower,
as
you'll
well.
fall off, and it takes a while to get up. So be careful. So that's what we wanted to show you today. Now there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news. Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We previously said that we would get... In Path of Exile...
I don't think the boss design will work the same as like Searing Exile or Eater of Worlds. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be pretty different.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses
It's
on
very
strength.
likely. I don't think
transform yourself into one of
they.
several
I think
wild
they
beasts.
may have an
Today
idea of
we
how
wanna
many
show off
people are
the
playing
bear
it. Will be playing it. It's very likely that will have some
Transformation in
patchiness,
ToE2
but
happens
I sort
automatically
of trust
when you
these
use a
guys a
bear
lot
attack.
more than Blizzard. So,
Use bear maul and your
and these
character
guys
will
have had
transform
their
into a bear,
issues in the
do a
past, and
meaty
they sort of
swing.
know what
Use a
they
spell
made
and your character
mistakes in,
transforms
whereas
back into a
Blizzard
human
just
and cuts
continues
it.
to make the same mistakes.
Hitting enemies with the bear's maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back.
That's basically how Volibear works. Thanks for the
Have a
follow,
lot
Barry.
of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out
I actually
your
think you
rampage.
could play like a
Let out a
Volibear
roar
build.
and stampede
with the
over all
Druid.
enemies in your path, slamming the ground
In
with
fact,
your
I'm
paws.
gonna make a Volibear build with the
The
Druid.
initial roar generates
Just because
rage,
I want
and
to
the
play
rage is
Volibear
consumed
build
as you
and
charge
call it
along.
Volibear.
You can use Rampage
Thunderlord
by
or
itself to
something
travel
like
a short
that.
distance,
Thunderlord build.
or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller
It's
monsters
annoying
and
that
just
we
need to
don't
get
get
out
the
of it.
Druid
Of course,
first up,
like any
but
PoE2 character, you can
Warrior's
always use a
just gonna
dodge roll
have
to
to
get out
do.
of danger, since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms. Making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge in animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Man, everybody wants to see the Shadow. The Templars, I reckon the Templar is going to be a wild bloody character. And we have,
Next
and
up, I want to
Flails
talk about
seems like
Ferocious
an awesome
Roar.
concept.
Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class
Thanks
like
for
the Warrior
follow,
might
Paladin.
use, and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack, and then I slam again.
That sort of seems really
See how
cool.
2 slams triggered?
I don't necessarily, possibly?
So,
Like
that's all
the
well
question
and
would be,
good, but how
can
about
you
we
use
try
all
it again
weapon
using
types on every
Rampage?
character
First, get a bit of
type?
rage.
I'd say you
Slam to
can,
stun the
like in
enemies,
Path of
Seismic Cry to
Exile
get the
1.
exert,
So,
and rampage around
probably.
for insane amounts of damage.
but maybe they're not going to add in certain weapon types
So we've
initially.
covered some of
That's
the
another
bear
thing.
side of the druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now, of course, we want to maximize the
We'll
amount
just
of
have
time
to
you
see
spend in
what
your
they
animal
what they
forms.
come out with.
So
to be
most of the
honest with
spells
you.
targeted
There's
at
a
the
bit of
druid
a
tend to be things that
unknown
last a
right
long
now.
time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area
The
where
biggest
monsters are
problem we've
continuously
got
struck by
though
bolts
is
of
like
lightning.
we still have like a
Bolts don't
week
do
and a
much
half
damage, but
before
they
this
shock
game
monsters,
comes
which is a
out.
debuff that increases all damage on them.
We've got to
I think it's
survive a
great
week
spell
and a
to use
half.
before going in as a bear.
Is it a week and a half? Or is it next week? 22nd.
So, that's going to increase your damage.
Yeah, it's not
but as I
until the
mentioned
6th, so
before,
it's like a week
bear
and a
form of
half.
the druid could use some defenses as well.
No, 2
Bear
weeks.
in particular is the slowest attacking of the druid's
So
form.
like what the hell do we
He
play
hits
for
hard,
2
but if he
weeks?
gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why
It's my biggest
Tornado is so
dilemma.
useful.
I'm just gonna have to like
Tornado sucks
grind
monsters
Path
up,
of
allowing you
Exile
to split
1.
up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills.
I think so, yeah.
The
I
tornado
think
doesn't
after
really
seeing
move big
more of
monsters
it,
much,
it's
so
going
you
to
can
be
actually
like
use it to separate a
it's going to
boss from its
open up
minions
more
too.
questions. I feel than answer questions. Like well, answer a
Druid
ton
also
of
has
questions.
the ability to
but
summon animal companions. This is another really
Stalker
useful
2
defense
hasn't
because
been
wolves
getting
can
good
take aggro
reviews.
from you,
Apparently,
keeping
it's really
monsters away.
broken and buggy.
In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving
Hey,
them a
Max,
reason to
how's it going,
resummon in
dude?
combat.
It's good to stream on both
last druid
Twitch
spell
and
we're gonna
YouTube
talk about
again.
today
They've
is
actually
Volcano.
amalgamated the
You
chat
can
too,
cast
which
it
is really
quickly
good.
like this and it will spawn just a
So
few
I think
projectiles.
we'll stick to doing
Or you
this
can
again.
hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
I saw that one, yeah. That video is pretty good.
And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground. And you can run around the volcano.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's why I took a week off. There's no way that PoE 2 could come out. Originally, I was like, oh, maybe I can gamble it. And I was like, nah, I'll trade out 2 weeks of leave and I'll take a week during that week.
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized this is going to
Unleash.
be extra good with Seismic Cry,
Yeah, Unleash
which we
is
were
gonna
using
be
earlier
mad.
to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles.
Thanks for the channel sub, Max.
This combo would have been even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them.
The other
This is
thing
where
is
some
we
meta
don't
gems
know,
to
we
automate
don't
some
even know
elements
what
can come in
the
handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling.
we
If
don't
we
even
add
know
Lightning
what the
Storm to
trinket
skill, we
system
can
is
cast
going
it
to look
automatically
like.
while we channel a
We
volcano
didn't even
as we
see
set up our
like
combo.
other utility
Cast While
flasks
Channeling is an
in any of
ongoing
this
effect,
gameplay,
so
so
enabling the skill will
we
cost
haven't
us
seen
Spirit,
it, we
which is
just
a new
haven't
resource in
seen
PoE2
so
used
much.
specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm.
I'm keen
As
to
long
play
as we channel
channeling
Volcano for
skills.
long
I
enough,
like
the
channeling
Lightning Storm will
skills.
also be
And I
cast
really
in
want
the
to
same targeted
see
location.
Aegis Aurora make its way back into the game. I really hope Aegis
Currently,
Aurora
Cast While
comes back
Channeling
into
is
the
active
game.
in reserving Spirit in both our human
Because
and
yeah, you
bear.
can be guaranteed to get
This
doing
means that any
an
channeling
Aegis
skills
Aurora
we
build.
use for
Thanks for
bear
the follow,
technically will also cast the Lightning Storm.
Kelteron.
We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving
cool.
Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else. So let's fix that.
Mine's
I'm going to go
Templar.
into the skill
Hands
options for the
down
skill and
Templar.
disable it in my bear
I
form.
was really hoping we get Templar.
We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills.
So
you can also
Rel,
use the same interface to
the
enable or
character
disable
goes
which
into
buffs
the
you would like to have
standard
active in
league,
your different weapon
so you
sets
can
too,
keep your
without
standard
having to
character
recast
and
them all
always
the
just
time.
play standard mode.
Shapeshifting counts as
It's
a
the
weapon
same
set.
as Path of Exile 1.
Now when I change to a bear, the
So it's
effect
just like a
and the
standard
spirit reservation
realm.
goes away. And when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically.
And I think the theory is that the EA character will
So,
wipe
now that we have
when
some extra
like, the
spirit
full
available
game
as a
comes
bear,
out with
why don't we
everything.
make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the cast on melee stun
It'd be a
meta gem.
shield.
I'm going to put Summon Wolf.
It'd
in
be
cast on
like
melee stun, so
it'd
that
be like
whenever I stun a
Aegis
sufficient
Aurora
number of
in
enemies
reverse.
while I'm a bear,
So like
it will summon another wolf.
a heavy armor shield that would give
This
you
is great
life
because usually
based
when
on
I'm
your
stunning,
armor.
it's because I'm about to do my exerted
And then that
attack
would mean you
slam
could
combo.
armor stack with that shield and then recover
When wolves come
a
out,
shit
they
ton of
howl,
life
adding the
back.
crit debuff to the monsters right when I need it.
Next thing.
It also helps
They're
keep my
apparently
wolves
bringing
alive
back
and
Build of the
summoned
Week
at all
as
times
well.
without me having to do it manually.
Might do our own Build of the Week series, to be honest with you.
So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree.
And the good thing is, myself and a bunch of creators we're the guys that are going to be sort of moderating the build system and mobalytics as well. So as we do build guides, we'll work with mobalytics and their team to refine that system.
I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these
well,
passives
I'm definitely going to be making 0-button build, 1-button builds again. Like that's a given.
Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically. So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
Like, what's going to be really cool is being a big Chungus character and then just like barging into a big fuck off boss head first. That's what I'm really excited about. Like the power fantasy, where it's like you're a big mofo and you're just fighting another big mofo. That to me seems awesome. Well, now you can be a bear and have your Delve Bear in TX as well. I think part of the PR with PoE 1 is that, or PoE 2, sorry, is that the creator community for PoE 2 is very different than any other community, and they lean into that. So like they don't even have to do like all their own advertising and stuff for that. They just have to feed information to the community, and then the creators like myself and others basically take that and turn that into a positive outcome. But I think the other thing is they've had 11 years to build up the rapport, and where a lot of games that are coming out, they just don't have an established IP. And even the ones that do, though, they keep making ridiculous decisions. But this game seems very consultative with the community. No, you don't lose your gear, Maya. So when you die, you just lose XP. And in the campaign, you won't lose XP anymore. Like after, I think, Act 6, you would lose XP in PoE 1. But yeah, no, that doesn't happen in Path of Exile. You just reset and lose a bit of XP. Probably when you get to mapping now. And then just go and keep trying to kill the boss.
And there we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have a build that can combine many different active skills to do some really interesting effects. At the same time, your skill tree reconfigures automatically at the right time, and your buffs reconfigure automatically as well. You can even cast certain skills on them. Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths.
The Delve Bear is the best thing ever. I love the Delve Bear. I don't know. I'd be so disappointed if I didn't have the Delve Bear. Like to be a Delve content creator and not have the Delve Bear would be a slight.
Here we won. We had one character class for each of the
this time
combinations
around,
of
like
strength,
it was payday 2 days ago.
When looking at the design of
I'm
PoE
buying a
2,
$1,000 pack this time. I don't care.
Trying to
I'm
design
gonna
just
do
didn't
it.
really
I
fit
don't care.
thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for strength in,
Yeah.
but it doesn't really sound like something that a Templar would do.
But the
Realised that
supporter
since we
pack
had
for
new
this
mechanics for every
is
attribute
gonna have to
combination,
be
it actually
insane.
made
Like
sense
it's
to
gonna
design
be
new character
totally
classes
nuts.
to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strengthen has the Templar or the Druid. On Dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more
1K
spear-focused
Andy
Huntress.
Logan.
And on Dexterity, the Shadow and the Monk. Which Mark is playing?
Take my money.
Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize in
needed
the class
the
in a way only
MTX.
that class has access to. But they both
No,
start
it's
at the
gonna
same
be
location on
awesome.
the
I'm
path.
so excited for it.
The quest rewards you're offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course, this is PoE. You can still mix
Like
and match
I've
anything
still
to
got the
your heart's
Roa
content.
and the Kiwi pet from the original closed beta and the original open beta. And like,
Looks
and
like
I
we've
got
come
the
across the boss for this area.
ExileCon
In PoE
Corpse
2,
of Ara
every area
Portal
of the campaign
and
contains
the
a boss
and
with at
the
least this difficulty.
ExileCon
That's over 100 bosses
2023
to
like
fight as you make your way through the campaign.
hideout as well.
And they all have unique
So
mechanics
like,
to learn.
it's just nice having those flex MTXs. Yeah, that's it. Well, man, like you think about it, right? So it's a free game, but it's such a good game
As you've
that
seen
you
from
want to
watching
pay
Mark
money
fight,
for
melee
it, and you
combat in
consistently
Tier 2
pay
is a very
more money
different feel
for
than
it.
before.
So
We've done
they
a lot
earn
of
your
things
money
with
by
melee
making a
combat.
good game, and it's a
Practically every melee
surprising
skill in Tier
concept
2
with
has
everything
some kind of
these days,
movement built
because
into it.
funnily enough,
Monk
game
in particular
devs
is a
don't
melee
really
fighter
get that
who
in the
specializes in
most, so
mobility over brute
it's
strength.
a nice, it's nice to, like, I don't spend money on any other games, just on PoE these days. Oh yeah, the Diamond Kiwi is a wild bloody MTX. I saw it when I was making a video the other night, and I was like, God damn, that is a freaking awesome MTX. A buddy of mine bought like a $500 pack or something like that for the shits and giggles. And now he's like, oh yeah, I've got a $500 original beta pack. I'm like, what the hell, bro? But I guess like if you like the game, why not? You got the money and you like the game, you know? I think like $30 for a key is so friggin' cheap. Yeah, and there's obviously going to be
as Mark
people
has
who
been
are going
playing,
to
you might
whinge
have
about
noticed
30
these
bucks
blue
for a
markers
key,
over
but
enemies.
like, jeez.
Mark has a skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull. with
The
Killing Palm.
argument of pay to
Successfully
win is pretty
executing the
wild
cull
with this
will
one
give you a
too.
power
Like,
charge.
all you really,
This
20
is an
bucks
important
gets your
skill for the
stash
monk,
tabs,
since
right?
Many of his skills interact
So
with
is
power
that really
charges.
pay to win?
One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward. Makes it much easier to
500 is
target the
pretty
skill
well.
at the right
Back
point
then,
of
like,
enemy.
no one knew if
We've done a lot of
PoE was
work
going to be
in
even
Tier 2
good.
to make
So
using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're
they
accidentally targeting
haven't
slightly off the
haven't
monster,
confirmed
the
that
skill
yet.
will automatically lock
So
on to the
we'll get
colourable
all that
target.
information
And we'll even
today,
do a small
most
amount of
likely.
pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill,
Yeah, that's
nothing
it.
is going to get
It's
in
just
your way.
no other game has ever scratched that itch. Like
Once
last
you have some
Epoch,
power
everything.
charges, you need some skills
I
to
can't
power
see
up.
myself going
Great
back
follow-up
to
is
LE
Falling
after
Thunder.
this.
Falling Thunder
I
without
can't
a
see
power
myself
charge
going
just
back to
stretches relatively small
Diablo
lightning
ever
AoE in front of
again.
you.
I'm probably
Do it
going
with
to
some power charges and it
uninstall
turns
all
into
of
a
that.
pack clearer with a
Torchlight
large
just
number
never
of extra
drew me in with
projectiles.
Torchlight Infinite.
One thing you'll notice here is that, like almost every mini
And
skill
after
in Tier
seeing
2,
this and the
Falling Thunder has a bit of
combinations and
extra movement
everything,
built in,
I just
in
can't
case
see
you
another game
Using
outside
the
of
skill
this.
within range, and you'll do a flip in place. But use it at a larger range, and your character will
Yeah,
move
well,
forward
that's
while
that's
executing,
exactly
getting
it,
into position
Raze. Like,
without
you
any
get
time
30
damage.
bucks and the in-store credit to go and buy the stash tabs you need. And then you've got your stash tabs, you've got your game, and you paid
In PoE 2,
30
you
bucks.
also get a short period to redirect
And then,
your target.
you know,
Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse
How do you
sideways to
beat
land the
that?
skill in
And
a
then you
different
can
direction.
earn
In order
MTXs
to
with
get
the
power
league
charges,
challenges
first
and
need to get
rewards.
some lower life
It's the
monsters
greatest.
into a
It's
colourable
just,
range. You've got a few options.
it's not
If you wanna
even.
charge right in,
It's not
Whirling
even
Assault is
being
a
a
good
shill about it, right?
It doesn't do much damage
It's
per
just
hit, but
really
covers a lot
good
of
to
ground.
see in
Notice
this
how you can
era
turn
with
as
a
you
lot
do
of
it.
really bad game devs.
Generally speaking, you
a
never
game
lose
dev
control of your character.
actually making a game for
If you turn
gamers.
at the right
It's
time,
freaking
you get a
great.
couple of extra hits
And
in
not
on the
like
monsters,
charging
get
them
into
through the
range of your
teeth.
cull. Follow up with a Killing Palm, then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder.
Exactly, that's right. I don't know. I respect the approach, and I'm 100% supportive of it. And obviously,
We've now
like
entered
I get the
Val
privilege
Mechanarium.
of this is a
This is the
game
place
that
where the
got my
Val
channel
built the
working,
various
right?
constructs they relied on
And
to power their civilization.
yeah, so you know, and I always wanted to play like Diablo 2 or something back in the day and do content creation with it, and then
One
it's
useful
just
feature
a
that we've added is the ability to
total
call in
privilege
NPCs
that
to
I
where
get
you
to do
are.
that
Give you
now,
more
and
information,
I
help
love
you with
it.
quest
So
objectives,
I got
so
nothing
you don't
but
have to always
respect
go back
for
to town.
PoE.
In this case, we'll call in Alva to find out what to do.
And I'll probably be playing it for the next bloody 30 years of my
Powered with
life.
a small soul core, it could open that door.
Yeah, that's it. If it had been
Should
an
definitely
expansion,
be
it just
soul
wouldn't have
core
been as good.
somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
BG3
As
is
Alpha
really
said, we need to
freaking
find a
good.
soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a good option
Well,
is
and
Wind
that's a
Blast.
confirmation of
Wind Blast
incursions
also
back.
doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps the enemies back. The closer
There's
they
a
are,
lot
the
of
farther
Val
they push
references
back.
and
So it's a
Marraketh
great option for
references.
keeping smaller but high damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back. So trying to push back some giants isn't going to be effective.
So the
there's the
stream's
soul
not up
core.
yet
Let's get
for
back to the
Path of
door.
Exile. We've got 1 hour and 10 minutes. So we're just going to enjoy gameplay footage until the stream starts. Yeah. I never noticed that they actually showed, it wasn't until I did this 2 nights ago that they actually showed Flicker Strike. We just didn't pay any attention to it because we were just like mesmerized by the footage. Larian Studio is a good studio. They deserve their success.
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in
It's pretty disappointing about
If you need to
about
defeat
Dragon
tougher
Age.
enemies,
Like
it might be
they
time to
just
break
wrecked
out some of
that
the
game.
ice skills in the monk's arsenal.
Dragon
Glacial
Age Origins
Cascade
was
creates
such
a wave
a
of
good
ice
game
that
too.
moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the
We know a
damage goes
little
right at the
bit
end
of
the
lore,
wave.
but we don't
And so
know
a
a
lot of
great
monsters will
deal
just
yet.
walk right
And
by
I feel like we're going
But
to learn a
if you
lot
find a
of
way to
lore
make a monster
today.
stop at
Like we
just
do
the
know
right
it's
place,
set 30
very
years in the
effective.
future.
In order to do that,
So like
you probably want to
all the
freeze
characters,
monsters.
and I don't know
Monk has a few
how many
different tools to
characters
do
are
this.
following,
Fairly
carrying
simple option
forwards.
is to get right
We
in the
don't know
monster's
about the
face with
storyline
Ice
for
Strike.
Zana. Zana's
Ice Strike
storyline
doesn't do
was
too
never
much damage
dealt
on the
with.
first two hits.
It was just sort
but
of
attack
left.
3 times in sequence.
So
and you get off a
potentially the
combo,
Zana
which has a
storyline
much
might
higher
be
chance
picking
to
up again
freeze.
too.
Get in there with that freeze, then roll back and finish the job with a Glacial Cascade.
This
Now,
video
remember how
actually has
Glacial Cascade
flicker.
had that extra damaging spike at the end?
Yeah, I think it's
When you
coming
hit a
up.
frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage.
So flicker is a quarter start skill now.
Oh,
and
yeah. I just casually mentioned rolling back before. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown, no limitations.
I still remember
Even as a
everyone
bit
in
of
the
built-in
theater when they're
Pathfinder,
like
you
talking
don't
about
get stuck
dodge
on
roll
it.
because I was out
When you
Exile
dodge
Con
roll,
when they
you're not
showed this. It was
invulnerable.
crazy.
If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things will not hit you. That's because while rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another really important function of the dodge roll is that it lets you cancel out of almost any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck doing a long
auto
animation
pathing
when
as
something's
well.
about to hit you. It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and it makes dodge roll feel
Man,
like a very reliable
There's
way
going to be a
avoid
lot of
attacks.
sleepless nights. I'm
So,
just going to hit my
that's
eyes.
one way
with
to get out of
some-
the way
I
of
forgot to
damage.
buy drops,
The
so
monk
I'm down
specializes in
to
mobility, so it makes sense that he would have a few more.
contact lens solution.
Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards.
I haven't
and
had
throw out
enough
a cold
sleep,
attack
so my
with
eyes are
significant
dried out.
freeze. The great thing
Literally,
about this
my
is
eyes,
that it gives you a good
my
distance to
eyes
follow
are
up with a Glacial
bleeding
Cascade
at
to a
this
whole pile of damage.
stage.
Hey look, another soul core. Another
Yeah,
skill
no,
you can use to
and
get
they're,
some extra
they're
freeze
apparently
is
looking
Shattering
at. I
Palm.
think the theory is
Shattering
that they're
Palm is
just
another
ditching
palm strike.
phase
A small
altogether.
ice bomb on your target. Kill or deal enough damage
That's
to
a
the target, and the bomb will
crazy
explode,
comment to
doing some
make,
damage and a
Coach.
significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off, but you really want to get that Glacial Cascade damage bonus.
And I don't know how I'm going to go with PoE 2 coming out. It's just, yeah, it's going to be catatonic. Sitting here just playing PoE 2 for days and days and days on end. Gonna have to like set an alarm to make sure I go outside every now and
Final
again.
skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill now, and another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE 1,
Don't do
you
this,
know what to
I-
expect. It's a great finisher for tough boss fights, and
So this is the
it looks
flicker
pretty
footage.
impressive too.
Face your demise.
So you got to charge it up to be able to use it now. So you need like
Another
power
door.
charges.
I wonder what could be in there. In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. If you're a PoE 1 player, you might think that you can't really rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly.
Yeah, so bosses are no
PoE
longer
1,
stun or
freeze is a
freezing.
binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses, because freeze just trivialized them. Because
I
of that,
reckon it's
freezing
going
was
to be
something you
really
only
fast.
used while
I reckon
and not
comboing
something
is
you
going to be
rely on
how
as a
you
core
use
part of your build
mobility,
for boss
or
fight.
how you buff on
PoE
mobility
2, though,
moving
all
forwards.
crowd control
So I
mechanics
reckon
now
the
have
better
internal
you are
meters
at
that
skill
allow you to build
training,
up to a
the better
freeze or
your
stun,
mobility
or
is going to
whatever
be.
other CC mechanic you might be using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring.
I don't know. I
though the
reckon
meters
they're
seem to
going to
a
be
lot
ready
smaller
for
than
the
those games.
player influx, man.
When
I'm
you freeze an
pretty
enemy,
confident.
it
with that.
increases the amount of freeze you need to do another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means it will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics.
But
allowing
yeah,
us
I
to have
reckon
these
you're
kinds of
still going to have
mechanics
zoom
actually working
builds.
in all
Like,
bosses.
this game, PoE is a pretty easy game to break because there's so many combinations. Yeah, my best mate's like that. he won't play PoE 1, but he's like, I'll play PoE 2. And I'm like, man, you're missing out. But then again, as long as they get into the game, that's all that matters at the end of the day, isn't it? Oh man, it's crazy good. Just like all the bosses are actually just don't see people like putting their hands in their eyes. Yeah. I do have a double camera setup though, eh?
Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item, the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit.
He will, yeah.
In
Most
PoE 2,
likely.
we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is a permanent stat bonus to your character.
Your end comes.
Yeah, I've run out of eye drops. That's my problem. So I'm using the solution that uses contact lens, which is not what I'm supposed to be doing. That will just hurt the eyes. I think group play will be probably a lot more rock solid. I think couch co-op and console integration is going to be a big thing. So I reckon cross-play with consoles is going to be huge. And I reckon that's going to really change the way this game works because you're going to have a lot more availability of gear. It's going to drop the price of the market, make builds a lot more accessible for everybody. Because there's still a huge player base that'll play on console. Yeah, it'll be full crossplay. So couch co-op, crossplay, except for the MTX on the Sony store. That's the only caveat with that. But apart from that, it's crossplay.
In order to help us with this next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. Mark's friend, Octavian, is going to send a friendvite, which we're going to accept. And then they can play together.
You guys know
Sorceress
that
is the
there's
new
a freaking
intelligence-focused
campfire
character in PoE 2.
PTR for
While
Diablo
Witch
4
focuses more on occult magic and
2.1?
summoning,
What
the
type
Sorceress
of
is themed around pure
psycho
destruction.
at
Let's have a look at
Blizzard
how she
would
plays.
put a Diablo 4 PTR? That's insane. You just wouldn't do that. Nobody's gonna watch it.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These
I wish my,
lines in the
my left eye
stonework
wasn't
should
playing up
lead
right
to
now.
generators. You might need to find some more soul cores.
Thanks
to
for the
spin them
follow,
up,
man.
but
Appreciate it.
everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the
They are
game is
literally
maintained.
doing it right now.
In
They
any
have a
case, it should
PTR
still
stream
function.
going.
We'll have to remove that
They've just
large
started their
orb,
PTR stream.
of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
What crazy,
We have
like,
some skills here
you
that
gotta
no one
have
recognizes
some
from
real
PoE 1
confidence
but they
or
feel a bit different to
deluded
play now.
confidence to think
Spark is
that
great in these type
people are gonna
passages,
watch
bounce
Diablo
around.
4
Added
PTR
a PS
over
support gen
Path
to
of
really allow
Exile
it to hit
2
the
and
entire
full,
room of
like,
targets.
game
For a
announcement.
more single target focused skill, Arc is a good choice. It does more damage to the first target you hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be good to use Ice
Yeah,
Knife.
they might, Tristan,
Hits
they
all
might be
enemies
trying to
around you
slip
and
through
slows them
some
down with
changes
chill.
that are
Just be
contentious,
careful.
so we know
Getting up
everybody's
close
going to be
and
watching the
personal isn't the
PoE
ideal
2
place for a
stream, so
sorceress
we'll
to be.
just like,
She doesn't have the
we'll
defenses
say that
of
we
a more
stream that shit.
melee-oriented character. If you want to help with the sorceress's weak melee defense,
That's it,
you could
man.
use
And I
Arctic
bought
armor.
Spiritborn 2
Here we
knowing
too.
that it
Arctic
was
armor
probably
is a
going to
buff
be
that
bad.
builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character.
Oh yeah, let's just watch the Diablo PTR.
They'll drop off if you walk. When monsters hit you, they take
Oh,
cold
man,
damage
D4
and build
bad.
up to a freeze. So it's a great defense. Just be careful.
Yeah, you just have
be
to look
standing
at
still for a
Quinn's
little while
stream.
to
I
get
think
full
he's
effect.
got it,
So
like
trying to start a
20,000
step
people
isn't the
just for
best
Path of
strategy.
Exile.
Now, Arctic armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically
I
every
think if you have a
character
look
was
on the
playing
front
with no
page,
mana pool. So we decided to change the way the
51,700
reservation works.
viewers on
There's a
Path
new
of Exile
resource in
2
PoE
right
2
now.
called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated
Not
resource
accounting
you can use
for
ongoing
YouTube
effects
viewership.
like Arctic armor, heralds, auras, or even minions. Everyone starts with 100 Spirit,
That's it,
which is
man.
enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more than one effect, you're going to need some more Spirit. Spirit is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to give up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a scepter.
Should not rub my eyes like that.
Now, if you want to increase the cold damage you're dealing, you can use a frost bomb.
Oh man, that's
Places
so
a bomb on the
out of touch.
ground that reduces
It's-
the enemy's cold
No,
resistance. while it's
nobody's
ticking
gonna
down.
watch that
It's a
stream.
great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And
I
speaking of
can't
cold
play
skills,
D4
a
anymore.
great skill
It's
to use on
such a
monsters with the
grind to
slow
just
cold
get a
resistance
character
is
leveled up,
Comet.
and then it just
It's
feels
a new
so
skill in
bad to
PoE
play.
2, and it hits pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help get you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit a fast-moving opponent, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move. Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could cast your free-to-cast Fireball.
Oh, the game is just
Where
like
did that come from, you ask?
underdeveloped.
Well,
It
this is
just
a great
feels
opportunity to
bad.
explain the way we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2. Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack
gotta get
that
my
nobody
eyes in.
used, and because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack mods that would spawn in them that were useless to a caster. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up, so now each staff comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell. Just put it on and spam to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you get right on the starting beach, and it's quite likely that you're going to outgrow it. So that's why we have a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use. Here we have a crystal staff. It's got a pretty cool built-in spell called
Yeah, I don't know. I can't
Using it
get
slams your staff on the ground.
I
and will allow
can't
you to
ever
triple
get
cast
into
whatever you
Diablo
cast with
4.
your next spell.
I tried with
And of course, you're
Spiritborn.
probably going to want to use that with
I
something
tried
powerful.
Druid and I
Comet
found
is
out that
great
was a
option.
terrible idea.
notice that
Trinkets are
Unleash
going to be
is one of the
like
few
an,
skills in
I
PoE 2
think
with a
that'll be
cooldown.
like a toggleable
In general,
sort of
we
thing,
really
or
try
they
to
just
avoid using
automatically
cooldowns
apply
because
the
we really hate
effect.
the feeling that combat is just waiting to be able to use
Yeah,
your
we
next
only got
skill.
about an
But
hour.
it does make sense for Unleash, since it's free to
56
cast,
minutes to
and
be
it's something we
precise.
want you to be using situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing
But
something
yeah,
tough,
we
you
haven't
might
seen
wanna try
any
out
sort of
Mana
gameplay with Trinkets. The
Mana
only
Tempest
thing
creates a
with
circle of
Trinkets
power
that we
in which
know
your
is
character
from
literally
the
hovers over the
PC
ground.
Gamer article.
While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all of your spells. Lightning projectiles fork, beams chain further, and you'll also do a lot more damage.
Hey Shell, how's it going, dude? I think we'll probably find. Oh, they're Xing.
So with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow it with Unleash, and then triple cast the Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
I need more time.
Yeah, man. The announcement's gonna be sick. Oh, nice. I
This
know,
rare
Flip.
monster dropped an
It's
untouched
really
gem.
hard waiting
This
this
is a good
amount of
opportunity
time.
to talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2. Instead of dropping specific
Still have
gems,
2 weeks
you can
until
find
it comes
uncut
out.
gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want. The gem will come pre-leveled
Yeah.
to the level of the area that dropped it, so it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2.
So there's
This
skill.
time, I think it might be
skill
cool to
window's
grab one of
totally
our
different
meta
now.
gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select cast
Yeah,
on
that's it.
Shock.
Well, the Sork in this
Now,
game's really
let's
good.
equip
Like,
this
I
thing
tried
in
the
skill
Sork at
screen, choose a
ExileCon
spell to
last
trigger
year,
it.
and
I
it
think
felt
Comet
pretty
might be
good.
fun. Because Cast on Shock reserves
Yeah,
Spirit, we
about
need to first
50,
disable our Arctic
55
armor.
minutes, something
We have
like
to
that.
decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra
54
offense of
minutes.
the Cast on Shock using our Spirit. In PoE 2, Trigger Gems use a system of filling up cast
I'll be
time
back
with
in a
each
moment,
trigger.
guys. I'm going to
Basically,
change my
if the skill
contact
has a
lens.
short cast time, then we'll trigger it really often. If it's got a long cast time, like this comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see up the top left that there's a counter that says how far it is until your next trigger. And there you are, using Cast on Shock with automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills. So we've found the generator. Time to power it up. As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. One thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is that this character has both ice and lightning spells. That's pretty inefficient, isn't it? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems, and it starts with Weapon Swap. Now in PoE 1, Weapon Swap isn't really used much for its originally intended use case. We imagined that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all, and a large reason for that is because it's really awkward to do. In PoE 2 we wanted to solve it. The stuff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it. It makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. We would also like to be able to make sure that the build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now we're going to open up the skills screen. If Octavian opens up the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill. First, we uncheck set 1 from being used by his lightning skills. Then, we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon. Now, when we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back, and then use the skill. When Octavian uses Ice Nova, his character automatically switches over to his ice staff before using it. Figure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have the problem of passives. Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can. We're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we're close to both a cold and a lightning
so
custom.
good that
At the top right of the screen, you can see where we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives. Now check this out. As
Oh,
we weapon
that's
swap,
better.
Our passive
Alright.
tree changes from one build to the other
The worst
automatically.
part about contact lenses
Whenever we
is
cast the
getting
appropriate
old
spell,
and having
the character's
bad eyes.
passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell. Now you can't do this with every passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So
Yeah,
you
the
can't change from a
soundtrack
mace
was
slamming
already
warrior to a
sounding
fire
awesome.
elementalist with a press of a button, but it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds.
So they've got
There's a
the...
huge number of places where the system can shine. You could augment your Dagger Shadow build with traps, or have a
Oh,
great
yeah?
curse setup on your Witch in one spec, and then move to your Chaos Demon
Holy
spells
shit.
with the other. It really opens
They've already
up
got
your
they've already got 10,000 people watching the GGG live stream, which we'll be tuning into in a moment. Well, in about 50
Another fun
something
metagem
minutes
to try
anyway.
out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gem I talked about before.
They haven't
but this
shown
one
the
charges
shadow
up
yet,
as your
no.
energy shield is
Not
hit by
yet.
monsters. I think we might like to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up until the point where you're able to cast the skill you socketed instantly.
Yeah.
Lose
I
some
didn't
energy
sleep,
shield,
man.
and
I've
at
had
just
no
the right
sleep
time,
for 2
invoke
days.
Ice Nova.
I'm
to
not
cast all the
sleeping.
stacked up versions in one
I'm too
cast.
G'd up.
If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts, so it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Thanks for the follow, dude. Diablo stream 3.5k. PoE stream already up to 12,000. Numbers just keep going up.
here we are back at the charged Soul Core. All we have to do now is take it. How hard could that be?
They should totally do that. Just with bloody the Diablo guys.
Now we just have to remember.
Like, oh guys, we thought we'd give you some viewership, make you feel good. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the follow, souls. It's just insane looking, isn't it? Oh, MBX is online. Could be buying like a $5,000 or $10,000 pack most likely. Yeah, 100 bosses are nuts. Every zone has a boss, not including like the end of the act boss, which is like almost gonna feel like a pinnacle boss. That's it. Yeah, exactly. We're at 13k, 13.2. They just keep going up and up and up. They'll hit like 100 gigs. Not to mention all the streamers that are streaming as well.
Your fate is sealed.
Yeah, look, D4 is a dead game. After this game comes out, D4 is dead.
Stay still.
So that's
Yeah.
Path of Exile 2. Your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The
What
closed
else have
beta
you
will
got
start.
in, Path of Exile channel. Now we had Path of Exile 2, Mercenary Showcase. So this was pretty cool too. This was before they made all the major changes to the game.
Welcome to Path of Exile 2's second act. As you saw in the trailer, Act 2 is centered around a caravan of Maraketh called the Ardura who live in the Vastiri Desert. You're chasing another caravan from an opposing tribe called the Faradun. There's a set of large ancient gates blocking the progress of the caravan through a desert pass, so you're being sent through the Traitor's Passage to unlock them.
I reckon there'll be some overtuned bosses.
But the military
100%.
carts have departed for the gates. Make haste.
Path of Exile 2 is a lot more than just new acts. We want combat to
We've
feel
got
both brutal and
46 minutes
responsive,
now.
even at low levels. We're ensuring that each weapon type has unique and different mechanics. Each weapon class feels different to play, and today we're going to start by demonstrating the new Spear weapon class. Spears are a weapon class favoring mobility with both melee
I
and
hope
ranged
so.
attack
I
options.
think they might
To
show.
that
They
end,
might
each
show
spear will
all the
grant you at
classes.
least one
at
mobility
least where all
skill.
the classes are up
In
to.
this case,
I
the
really
spear
wanna
comes
see
with
the
both an
Templar.
engage and disengage skill. When you engage, it increases your melee damage for a
And
short
see, the
time,
game
and it
now
really
is totally
encourages you to be
different. This
mobile
is
during
like when it was
combat.
being amalgamated with Theory 2. But like, this at least gives us an idea of what the spear looks like.
One of the skills we're using here is called Whirling Slash. When you use Whirling Slash, it creates a sandstorm that grows in size each time you use the skill. When you leave the sandstorm, it explodes, dealing damage to nearby monsters.
Yeah,
a
it's
great
not
way
gonna.
to do
It
that
still
is to
uses
use
the
the
same
disengage
engine
skill,
as,
which makes you fly
as
backwards and throw
PoE1, so I can't
projectiles.
see the engine changing too much.
In PoE 2, each area's mini-boss is a much more substantial fight with interesting mechanics. You'll be able to find at least one mini-boss in each area of the
Yeah, they
game.
did. It's a
One thing I
video,
love about this
and
boss in
I sort of
particular
like
is
it.
that
I
destroys
sort of
the
wanted. I
ceiling when
wanted
it
that to
slams the
stay in the
ground, letting in
game.
more light. Clever players will notice that if they're standing in the light, then they're not going to have any rocks
Not
falling on
that
their
bad.
head.
Well, this class
The
isn't
rapid
really
assault
the.
skill that we're using
This would
against
be
this
something
boss does
close
3
to the
rapid
Hunter's
stabs,
class,
followed
but
by a
like
4th stab that deals more damage.
this was
against
like when they
stun
were
if you're
trying to
willing commit
amalgamate
to a long attack
PoE
time.
1 with PoE 2,
While
and then
developing the skills
realized
for Path of
after this
Exile 2,
video
we
dropped
were
that
really
it just
thinking a
wasn't
lot
gonna
about
work.
designing skills that could be cancelled early to dodge, or you can commit to the full attack for maximum damage.
Cold arrow, poison arrow.
Can't disrupt the rhythm of combat.
One of the skills we're using here is called
Thanks for the
Spear
follow,
Theory,
Ab
which
Daisy.
creates an area of spears coming out of the ground that impale monsters who walk into them, causing them to bleed. As the monsters move towards you, they take damage, so using your mobility skills as a way to move away from them is a great strategy here.
We've got 43 minutes left.
In Path of Exile 2, we've invested a lot in our animation system. I'm sure you're noticing the animations are looking a lot better than they did in PoE 1, but there's also a lot of subtle detail, like characters having different run animations depending on how fast they're moving. When we use a Quicksilver Flask here, you can see the character changes to a sprinting animation.
I sort of like the spear ability. I thought spear was really cool. It's good that they've added it into the game. This is the old footage. So this is before they converted.
Now that we've
it
arrived at the
into
ancient
a
gates, we're going to show
totally
you
separate
another of the
game.
new weapon classes in Path of Exile 2, crossbows. Crossbows are special in that they grant attack skills implicitly. This particular crossbow grants Power Shot, which is a high damage single target attack. In order to modify what Power Shot does, you're going to need to equip bolt skill gems, which change the type of bolts that are loaded into the crossbow. Here we've got 3 different bolt skills that the character can switch between depending on the situation.
Armor-piercing bolts.
I sort of like this feature. I thought this was a cool feature, and then they took it out.
Permafrost bolts can be used to disrupt packs of enemies to prevent them from closing in on your position. You can then follow up with armor-piercing bolts to do plenty of damage.
Outsider, join me in battle.
In this area, we're helping Asala, leader of the Ardura, to open
They're
the
probably
ancient
going to do
gates
like a
and let the
reduced
caravan
system
through.
somehow. I'm not sure how they're going to approach that, but who knows? We'll see what they end up doing.
Because the bolt types are the skill gems, support gems that are added to them will
They
modify
have
whatever the
released
skill is that you're
necro
using.
footage,
Here we're going to add multiple projectiles to our incendiary
So
bolt.
we'll bring up the Necromancer footage again. Almost playing in with a loop at this stage.
Incendiary bolts.
We could just stream some gameplay from Havoc.
Exiles. Bye.
So this is Havoc's playthrough.
Stop the foundling! He's escaping!
Nah, man. There's no max level at all. They haven't shown any sort of max level.
Quickly! I sent runners to gather reinforcements. Man, it's been so long. I can't even get past this gate. The keys. I sent. You'll see.
Yeah. It's gonna be a really good, like, it's the only game that's ever done couch co-op like this, right? At least successfully. Brings me back, there was a game that I played on PlayStation 2 that sort of played very similar to this. But like, this is like the start of the game. Like, everything looks a lot cooler too, like... Yeah, Dark Alliance, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like Spartan Total Warrior, Dark Alliance. It sort of looks like that when you look at the WASD controller stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is just the first game to ever do it like this. It's just with the networking, crossplay, like yeah. There was another one too that was like there was one that was like based in like where there's like zombies and like occult stuff and stuff like that. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a really good game. I'll probably end up sticking with mouse and keyboard, to be honest with you. But like, I might use WASD if I'm playing the Merc. But I just like mouse and keyboard because I'm old. Yeah, man. I'd say there's enough, like, sort of timing where it's going to stop you from just perma-resing. Damn, you got 4 hours of footage on this. Good. 37 minutes. No, I never played Ravens. What? Really? That's insane. Yeah, I might check that one out actually. Maybe something to play while we're waiting for PoE 2.
How's the clearing? Where have you? Well, we could sorely use it.
And this is the gambling system, which is a lot better than the old like shitty vendor system, which didn't really work very well anyway. Soundtrack sounds really good though. Always Gamba, always 100% Gamba.
It's our local hero.
Hey, Sigma. Oh, yeah? Good stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he lives up to his reputation.
Ah, the hero.
It's just a countdown at the moment. So we've got 34 minutes left. I think the flasks have all changed now. The flasks will be totally different. The Diablo streams peaked at 4.2 thousand people. That's pretty bad. Oh, you have voice, finally. Hey, Wally. Yeah, man, we're just chilling and waiting. It's calm before the storm. Who knows what we're gonna get. I'm hoping there's Delve on launch, man. I'm hoping there's Delve on launch. It's probably not going to be the case, but I'd like to stay positive just in case. Like, it is a pretty foundational piece of content in the game. I don't know, man. If they do it on release, it'd be nice. I don't think it'll be a revamp of old maps. I'm pretty certain it's going to be all new maps, and like you're gonna have your map boss. The maps are probably going to be a lot more dynamic as well, so the maps will probably be significantly more random than the old maps. And that's just with the new rigging and the new, I guess, what was it, dynamic sort of mapping and yeah, whatever systems I was talking about. So the old system was pretty like linear that they had, and you couldn't do too many tile set combinations. So yeah, I reckon it's going to be pretty elaborate. But you know, at this stage it's all guessing. Like, who knows? yeah, it'd be pretty cool. Like, this is pretty cool, you gotta admit, this is pretty nuts. No worries, Daryl. So like, eat some hammer. He's definitely not using a skill there, he's just using basic. 30,000 people on the Twitch stream for Path of Exile, which we'll switch to soon anyway.
Meaningless life. Help me crush these interlopers. Feel the hate of the damned.
4.2 thousand for Diablo. It's pretty abysmal.
Help me crush these interlopers.
Hey, Karma. No, Twitch drops just have to be active, which I've got them activated.
Walks among the dead. Crush them.
Yeah, well that's it. Not even competition. They are doing Twitch drops. With this one, they are doing a Twitch drop. So anyone you watch, like my stream on Twitch, which will just be like an overlay stream of their stream or whatever, it'll all be Twitch drop. It's pretty wild.
To me, Asenia!
Oh man. Like that's freaking awesome. It's all very like OG Diablo 2-ish, like they refer to Diablo 2 a lot in the deving. Hell yeah, man. I like my Joe Blow way of approaching Path of Exile. I'm super keen for this game. Went to 2 Exile cons to track it down. It's a proprietary engine, or it's the same engine Path of Exile 1 uses, but it's been used up. Very big stuff with it.
Let the Ezamites buried here finally know peace.
I made some of the better farming guides for everyone in Delve. I think my guides were the most prolific guides that started the whole Delve thing. Yeah, I wish we'd get a surprise release. That'd be awesome. Hey Mattis, how's it going, dude?
Just wait.
We got 27 minutes. Thanks for following, dude. That's it, man. I'll be doing Delve and PoE 2 when that comes out, but in the meantime, it's gonna be it's gonna be tanks. It's gonna be hard tanks, shield builds, and warrior builds, and swords. That's awesome. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be making a shield build in PoE 2. That's pretty much the first skill I want to start using. I am pumped. It's gonna be freaking hectic. Oh yeah. Yeah, look, I got no plans of stopping anytime soon. I partnered with Mobalytics as well, and yeah, we're just gonna power on. We got Ray Class 101, which I'm gonna start.
Emotional, damn it.
And so yeah, we'll do new player tutorial series, and yeah, I've got like 30 videos lined up for that. I might suss that game out. That's a good idea. Because yeah, it's going to be hard to grind through the next few weeks.
Stranger? Oh, we did not all...
I don't know if it'll ever get to 100k, man. It'd be cool if it got to 100k, but I don't think it's gonna get there. Never know, though. Thanks for the sub, Avid. Appreciate it, dude. I just like the dark and like gothic sort of dinge to the game. It's friggin' awesome.
Just wait.
Yeah, I'd say that currency exchange is going to stay in the game. I can't see them ever removing it from PoE 1, and they've already confirmed it's going to be in PoE 2, but probably in a much more refined version. I don't think item trade though, they'll have an item trade sort of thing, because it just doesn't work as well. So the monk plays like the D3 monk almost.
You'll see. No mana.
I think it's got a bit more going for it. Nah, I got no ads. I don't think I got any ads on the channel. I usually turn ads off on the streams where I can. Yeah, Flicker Monk is gonna go off. Yeah, that's it. Like, I was in the theater when they did that, and yeah, they actually had people that were like, yeah, we're not just gonna AI shit. They're actually gonna design it and work on it and make it good. And see, this is the new system. So, supports. I can't see myself using that system the way that they're using it there. Like, I'm probably just gonna, like, go off reservation with everything, because I never ever follow what I'm told to follow. Got 21 minutes. Oh yeah? I would know. I'm Australian. Interesting with that. So there's got axe nodes just there. Learning the new pathing tree is going to be a bloody challenge. Druid, werewolf, flicker dog. Flicker dog. Yeah, the flicker dog build. Well, I saw that ice tomb build, and I had like a big tanky self like ice reflect sort of build in mind, or like, you know, a damage taking ice reflect build or something. Well, strength is going to be the thing that buffs up your life now, so it's a little different.
Just wait.
Yeah, that's it. I think this will probably blow it up though. 19 minutes. Yeah, that's it. Like, I can't see myself, like, I'm gonna get to endgame reasonably quickly because of just experience, but realistically, I'm here for the builds. Flicker minions.
You'll see.
Sort of nice having a day off for this though. No, because respecking now uses gold. So you should be good on the respec side. It's going to be pretty cool. AG, and whether or not you can have a combat AG, they can actually do damage. They tried that with the what was it, the transgens, but just didn't take in Path of Exile 1. So this will be really interesting. Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of D2 influence in this game now, which is really good. Everybody's posting in the Path of Exile waiting room. D4 bad. Just constant message D4 bad. We're at 45,500 versus 4,200 on Diablo's campfire chat. Hey, Rutari, how's it going, dude? I think everybody is pumped over the moon for this. Yeah, D4 bad, 100%. They probably are. They're probably watching it on like a side window or something like that. I didn't even know what the rucksack is, that D4 thing. See, this is where the co-op screen really goes bad, is when people are separated. 16 minutes. Support gems are gonna be wild. Thanks for the follow, Nanbox. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for the follow, man.
I've no more room. $15 minutes. Thanks for the subs, Zaps.
You'll see.
I think it's after playing this game, it's going to be hard to go back to PoE 1, like in totality.
Who dares tread these halls?
Oh shit. Yeah, you will be able to aim forwards while you back up. Templar won't be available in the EA. That's the caveat of that one. Oh, 13 minutes.
Forbidden thaumaturgy causes nothing but pain and misery.
Man, Templar is gonna be awesome. I'm G for Templar too. Don't worry. Oh, we are so close. Yeah, you could be right, and we could have runestone sort of duels. Similar, well, we could have runestones. To be honest with you, runestones could be a thing. Because now they've got everything freed up in items, you can just use items within the items. That's pretty good. I have a feeling Delve might be one of the League mechanics carried. I'd like to hope it is, but I don't know. But what I'm hoping to see is in-game gameplay. That's my big prediction. We're going to see in-game gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, what a rip would that be? Miss out on all the hype. That'll wake me up.
At last, it's open.
I got the whole day off, so I got to write a report at like 2 o'clock this afternoon to get an agenda out, and then yeah, I got all afternoon to work on videos. So yeah, I'll be working on like at least 2 or 3 videos by tonight. Yeah, let's be hopeful. What confirmed? Delve confirmed 100%.
Torko, Callum.
No, not until the 6th. Beta's open on the 6th. Or EA is open on the 6th, whatever
This
you
doesn't
want to call
make
it.
any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
I don't know, man. If they did that, that'd be wild. Then, yeah, we're playing PoE 2 for the rest of the day. And I'm not going to an AGM on Monday because I'll be too busy playing PoE. I don't think they're going to do that, though. It'll be Trinkets Sunday, so they've pretty much gotten rid of utility flasks. And they're switching to trinkets and then 1 life and 1 mana flask. Yeah, I'd be moving my my vacation up as well in about a week. Go, sorry guys.
Why look, it's our local hero.
Yeah, exactly. We're 10 minutes off. I know, right? It is just about go time. We got solid. I'm on water for the next like 2 hours at this stage.
You found them.
care to take half a week? The name's Finn.
Hell yeah. Nah. I just went a little hazy, but it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be right. We're gonna get through this. My excitement will carry my vision right now.
This isn't the place.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit different. And gold's 8 minutes, 8 minutes 50, or 8 minutes 50. Yeah, vendors are gonna be like, everything's gonna be very deterministic, which is really good. I'm totally down for that.
This isn't the place or the time.
Thanks for the follow, Zoki.
This. So if Renly brings the strength.
This is not the place for violence.
Yeah, oh man, it's gonna be insane. They might do the mobile announcement actually. They could do the mobile announcement just after the stream. That'd be freaking wild. It's 7 minutes. Strap yourselves in. The stream over there is going wild. Check out the bloody thing. Oh, has this got... We're 6 minutes out. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom, get some more coffee. I will be back in 2 seconds. Right. Yeah, 71k viewers is totally nuts. Look at the bloody messages going off. I may have had another bottle of iced coffee lined up. Oh yeah, man. I know, I'm a 33-year-old accountant, and I tell you what, this is like what Christmas used to feel like when you're like a kid. It's crazy the shit you get excited about when you get older. We don't look away just in case something comes up. It's like the calm before the storm. You're like, ah, come on! Oh man. This is one of those like, if you look away, you're gonna miss it scenarios. Look at the messages going wild. The crazy thing here is Diablo is 4.4 thousand, 80,000 just on that. And if we have a look at like the actual Twitch metric for Path of Exile 2 right now. That's Quinn's stream.
It's not some like...
We've got 229,000 people tuned in to Path of Exile 2. That sucks. Christmas chains. That's a crazy decision on their part. That's wild that they would even try and make an attempt right now. Oh yeah, that's a crazy decision on their part. Look at this, 84,000 just on this stream. Let's move that to the side. Two minutes. Yeah, whoever thought of that was just crazy. Jesus Christ. I reckon they'll hit their cap for the most amount of people logged into the stream ever in the last 11 years. They got an X poster? Oh, they just hit up. Max Roll's already posting stuff up. The devs must be like sitting over there. Oh, we'll just check to see how the GGG stream's doing. What the fuck? Yeah, that's it. They're about to cap 100,000. One minute, less than a minute. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Array. Appreciate it. Yeah, people get pumped. Oh, this is ridiculous. These 32 seconds are ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. It hit 1 mil? No way. Did it actually hit 1 mil? I'm not gonna check.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
This is so good.
Yeah.
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always
always get stuck with these rookies.
Hey,
This is
the kid's
good.
got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
This puts Diablo to shame.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
Hey, General, how's it going?
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on.
Oh, this is so good.
Ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
Oh, fuck.
Captain!
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Oh, what the?
What is it?
It's like...
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed. Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him!
I don't think it's Scourge, I think it's something more eldritch.
Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Could be the Elder, maybe? This is like on a different level. Way better than Diablo. That cutscene is freaking mad.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Oh.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies.
and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
What is that?
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Yeah. It's gonna be my class. Oh, look at the armor. What the hell was that?
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
What the? That's the Atlas. That's time stop. Oh, look at how good that looks. Yeah, that Atlas looks mad. No, that was the Atlas map.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access.
This is going to be
Classes,
a wild.
character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Yeah, the map looks insane.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains
Oh no.
of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden ruins, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get
Oh
Getting
no!
skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
Oh no! The game's too big! This is like the worst thing that could have happened for them. The plus side is they're like live tweeting everything as they go. Nah, no one will care. No one will care. This doesn't buzz my vibe. Come on, GGG. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, once they fix this, like, we got a lot of shit to get through today, so it's gonna be pretty crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like, the end, we're gonna get endgame, and that's all that matters. Supporter pack's up? They haven't released the supporter packs yet.
Sir.
Oh no, they have.
What are we facing here?
Precious.
The supporter
Power
packs are on the
tends to
website.
harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogum, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city.
$480 supporter packs, the
There are
largest one.
challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2,
That
you
looks
want
so
to use a wide
good.
variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning,
Yep.
ice, and wind.
Ooh,
But don't think
new.
you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a
Massive
much more
amazing.
devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you.
This'll
He
be me.
pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Hell
Among
yeah.
the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills.
Supercharge.
Here,
Shield
I'm
skills!
gonna slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack.
Yeah, just mad,
The
doesn't
Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
Yeah.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield.
Oh.
In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front.
Yes!
Even spells. While holding up your shield,
That's
your
dope.
stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have
That's pretty
unblockable
cool.
attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and
That
stun them.
there looks sick.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Yep.
The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake.
That's so
But you can
cool.
also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem.
Yes!
When I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very
This is what I said, the clear is great.
Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of
Yeah,
tornadoes.
look at how crazy it is.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage
That's
types.
awesome.
Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
That's pretty
To
cool.
recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
So
The
that's sort of
mercenary
like
wields a
D2.
crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter.
Yep.
For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault
Got
rifles,
lever action
and
on
even
it.
grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them
Railgun.
loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across
I
an
just like
armored
the
enemy,
sound of it.
I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your
This
position
looks
carefully
awesome.
before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work,
look at this.
The witch should be your choice.
This is awesome.
She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a
they
fire
look
spell.
so good.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
If you got bad hands, this build's going to be
Here,
the way
I'm
to
using
go.
the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
Yeah, this game's just going to be nuts. This is amazing.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
I'm super keen
This
for the
classic
saw.
spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect.
Look at how
and more.
fluid the
Fireballs,
movement is.
Icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Lightning's
It's a
fire
good idea
lightning
to take
sparks.
advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm.
That's awesome.
As you ignite enemies, a counter will go
That's
up in the
so
top left corner.
good.
When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited.
So you could throttle the shit
There are
out of your
25
casting
active elemental skills.
and make that happen.
By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down
Look
elemental
at
storms
this.
on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo.
That's really
the
cool.
possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited.
It's so cool.
We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
This is insane.
So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this.
Oh,
But if we add
that's
multiple
screwed.
projectiles,
That's screwed.
you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it
Look
between
at
any
just
of the
the
skills in your
detail.
character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds
Even
like a
has the
support
shell
gem should
come
work
out
with a
of it.
skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Yeah, I think I noticed
if you want to
this.
stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Double barrel.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Wildfire.
Each skill can have up to 5
Deep
supports
chill.
socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
It's sort of
You should be
simple
safe in the
as you
knowledge that
sort of
there aren't
gear it
many
in.
wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
It's not very expensive either, 93 gold. That's pretty affordable.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
There's gonna be so many broken builds.
Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives
Chaos
called keystones.
inoculation.
Keystones
Yeah.
have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield 2-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
I'm totally gonna
You
use
can use a
that.
2-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Totally doing that. That's insane. That's the old Crusader perk out of
How about
D3.
Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the
Bone
fly as
zone
you
is
use
gonna be
certain
different.
skills.
It's gonna hit hard.
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a 2-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
Oh, I'm not going to
For
have
example,
issues with bosses.
if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of Spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from Spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor.
Shit!
If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Well, that was normal anyway.
Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item.
That's Diablo
If I insert
2.
this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance.
Oh shit!
This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
No Chaos Orbs are in it.
Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets.
This is
while the rest of
insane.
your armor
So
and
it's
1-hand
basically
weapons can only have
Diablo.
1 socket.
What
you can
Diablo
also
should have been.
salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
I don't like that. That's good. Yep.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques.
Yeah!
They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
Cool set of boots.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto, doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your
trials!
Ascension class.
No!
We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
That is sick.
With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself.
That's so
it
cool.
literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Oh, that is
With
so
Jade
cool!
Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Oh, you can run Singer! You can run
Titan class
Singer!
is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Fulminating's out of D2.
Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes,
Oh,
while overwhelming
that's
toxicity
cool.
doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage.
Oh!
As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound.
Hellhounds!
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only have
just
an instant,
ridiculous.
but
It's
applies
just totally
their energy shield
ridiculous.
as well.
It's so good.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you?
Demon Hunter.
You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death.
Everything
Chance is
is
doubled
just a
against
win.
demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Holy
This
crap!
is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
Far out.
Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you
skill
sock up
slots.
more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you
They're
progress
all
through the
amazing.
campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
I think it will be.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Spellbala. So it's based on the
In the
Legion
Trial of the
mechanic.
Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
But it's not Sanctum
Some
where...
rooms are more dangerous,
It's not
afflicting you
Sanctum
with
where
debuffs
if you
that
get...
will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such
you
a
have
path.
to die, not lose your, like,
There are
whatever
many
it is.
different
out of
challenges and
Sanctum.
rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters,
Yeah, that's what it looks
and
like,
strange
dude.
artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Looks like you only have to do one
Having
run,
defeated
though.
the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy
I
trial,
think it'll be as
the
bad as
Trial
we
of
think.
Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
There you go, there's your
For
answer.
early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
So you don't have to play it.
While exploring the Vile jungle, you'll discover the Temple of
that's a
Chaos.
win.
Before the Vile
That's
embraced the
awesome.
science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos.
Yeah,
ancient trial
I'm not
was
doing
once
the
used by the Vile
Sekimas.
to
Fuck
test their
that.
high
I hate
priests.
Sanctum.
A high priest of the Vile must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known
Oh.
only as the Trial Master.
Trial Master,
For
there you
those
go.
in which he sees
Ultimatum.
potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the
I'll
odds?
do ultimatum.
Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Yeah.
In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
This is much better. I like this. I can do
As you
trial.
enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you
I
add
think
is
it'll be
minor
the
on
same
its
control.
own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your
Haven't
resolve
tried
in
it,
different
man.
ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you.
It looks like it's going to be harder.
Should you be able to
ascend.
get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend.
That's not too bad.
If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Exactly.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Hell yeah!
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses.
This
leveled
is
up.
fucking awesome!
We
got endgame, boys!
It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Oh, this is amazing.
But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and
Damn.
it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it.
Map
In the
looks
center of
amazing.
the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
Maps.
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have
Holy
dialed the
shit!
randomization up to 11.
There you
The monster
go.
packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over
Clear looks
400
good
monster
to me.
types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face,
This
you
does
might
not
find
look
some
like Dark
serious
Souls.
challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
What?
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes.
Basically, yeah.
These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to
screwed.
attack you the moment you open
New
them,
character
and the
type.
boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items,
Looks
and you
that
can
way.
even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so
It's
you can
similar
optimize
to the
the
last
contents.
Epoch mapping
Be careful
system.
of opening one you can't handle.
Ecosystem.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free.
So,
If you defeat
essence
them,
is in the game?
essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a
So,
category.
Essence League confirmed?
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
35%, is crazy.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Yeah, it's very last epoch-y.
This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Yeah, they're
Adding
just
prefix
maps.
mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There
They still
are a
call it
variety of
map
factors you
device,
have to
though.
consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the
The
endgame.
Atlas tree is a lot simpler.
You could
but that
increase
on
the number
side,
of monsters,
It looks
the
like
number of
Atlas
rares,
ascendancies.
the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking.
It just keeps
Some
going.
sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
Yeah, it looks like monoliths.
You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding.
1 in 4 maps.
These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Like, I'm gonna go boss kill, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content.
Yeah,
we will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach.
This is awesome.
For PoE 2,
that
we
looks
have created
mad.
sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items.
Oh no, they still drop breach strengths.
These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the
Clear
Atlas
speed looks amazing though.
Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game,
Oh,
giving you some
well,
good
there you
motivation
go.
to
They
face
turn
the
crap
demon
into
hordes.
literally
In
gold.
addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a vile technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
All the classes
In
look
this
cracked,
twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Which is the wings that you get from the drop for this. Yeah, it's gonna be dope. Combat looks good. Yeah, it's Flicker Strike Monk.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards.
This is very similar
the
to
small nodes will increase
the
difficulty
system in
of the
Grim
twisted
Dawn.
domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher
Looks like it,
difficulty,
yeah.
and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Raid class.
Not if you're a tank.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars.
So King in the Mist.
Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you
He'll be a
slaughter in the
pinnacle, I
circle
reckon.
will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want
That's new.
while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists.
Thought so.
Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying.
delirium's
Everything you
gonna be
kill will
money.
increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome.
Look at
Rare
how
and
cool
unique
that is.
enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
That's really
Distilled
cool.
emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
That's awesome.
Speaking of which, every now and then you will find
that hammer skill is
simulacrum
awesome.
splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you'll have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into the simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Yeah, okay.
Next up,
Expedition
we have
makes sense.
Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up.
I know,
with
right? It's just
explosives.
crazy.
The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
Freaking crazy.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially,
It's good that
one
they just
giant
kept
pixel.
it consistent.
Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful
Looking
encounter
less
is
likely,
Olroth,
but
the ancient
it could be
undead
here.
commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas
Dude's
tree.
cracked.
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of
But
power.
they only drop from the trial
There are
of the
also
Sycamore.
other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes in radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards.
Wouldn't make sense
of
to do
course, you can
clusters
craft
just yet.
these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
That sounds like a lot of tedium.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have.
Yeah, that's it. That's
a body
the only
armor
L I
can
can
get up to
see
3
too.
sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Look at the mods on it.
Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides.
Yeah, I bet you it
Perhaps you
is.
are willing to take the risk to find out.
Yeah, it will be.
Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing.
Fucking
The
hell.
most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on,
Yeah,
and you will
exactly.
need
It
to
does,
find them
doesn't it?
again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access?
Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in.
They're already up.
To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter
I'm
packs
gonna
that
buy
have
one
just
of
been
packs
released to the
anyway.
store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts.
Gonna be buying the Liberator.
Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red
Yeah.
Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet.
Hell yeah.
The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Farad'n supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Farad'n's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Whoa.
The King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
That's fine, we'll get there. They've still got the crafting bench.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack.
I'm going to buy this one.
The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout could use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect. A beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it.
RF is in the game.
As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule and style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
That's friggin' awesome.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day.
Yeah, exactly.
If you do decide to join the
Still
fight
tons
yourself,
more to come.
you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
No, we haven't seen shit yet.
Liberator of Ray class supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful Exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the Exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails, and there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use.
So cool.
If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened.
So much to digest
now, I'm
here.
sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Oh my god, so much to unpack. I'm gonna be editing all day. That's an enormous amount. So we get the whole end game, and we just have to play a cruel passover of the first 3 acts a second time, and that's it.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired
just
already just watching
shit
things.
to deal with.
And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. Got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
There's tons of
I
content.
did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like
a lot of games nowadays release, you know, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure, for sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, you know, like environment art team, it's like, you know, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, you know, like just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you've got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
Like, I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, where, so some of us are like, you know, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, yeah, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up
I'll get some more made,
awesome,
don't worry.
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely. Well, as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7
Steve
is a
needs
lot,
a break.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on.
I feel like we're
I'm hoping that it'll take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to say Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale
they
entire
are. I don't think they're getting anywhere near the viewership.
But
full standalone, separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that
I think
territory.
they
It was
stopped
originally
live streaming.
codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way
Diablo's
back in
given up.
the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1,
Not
and
sure,
it was always
maybe.
like, we'll do it in
I don't
Project
think they
Chimera.
will. I
It was
think
like
I'd leave it at
amongst
the
the
same level as
developers,
that.
and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take
to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing in
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Pretty much.
And
obviously,
it's also going to be the first time people playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well? So
we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff I have. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the, playing for a week, or how long are we expecting?
I think Ritual and Ultimatum are going to be the two mechanics, to be honest.
A lot of the PoE1 players are thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here, to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. everyone can pick their own point when they finish. But if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds. And then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're gonna be going far longer than that if you want to see everything.
For like 2 weeks,
you know,
figure it all out.
It's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which
they'll end up adding
we
in a
haven't been
lot of
able
the
to
other
experience with Path of
content
Exile
over
1,
time.
you know, or other games, and for so long is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah, I certainly want to really, I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even
like
diving in yourself a bit.
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think, you know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because like, you know, 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased them, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I think actually
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who even knows? The market will have to...
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think, really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. So I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of, like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, you know, that's always scary, you know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are, like, completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways.
There absolutely will be
hundreds of support gems that can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do, clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of
dual-wield shields. I just saw that.
What we leave space for is reacting to what the players want.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right,
and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because, especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like I was going to ask, what do the team want out of the beta?
It's for both Path of Exile 1
like
and PoE2, so the drop works on both games.
Key to shaping the game in the future, like the actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back in that and like being able to sort of see directly like okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously we before we released PoE1 it wasn't, but after that point, I mean we are a company like. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long-term, like really long-term things like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
I honestly, as you said,
Just
it
totally
is early
spam
access.
my
It is a
bloody
beta
X,
period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus we have other systems in there like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty.
I reckon that
and stuff
mechanic
like
won't
that.
necessarily
especially as you
work.
get towards this point of, the end game. Like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so, when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not... too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again.
I'll probably log in
some
a
of the
little
core
bit later
features
on.
like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
And
then even at in game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks.
It's like a half day at work.
And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure. All right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana floss there now, so that there's always going to be a mana floss slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of course. So we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works. So I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about it giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then
no,
accuracy on dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is arcade.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what
Knew it'd
happens.
be late
I will
February.
admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which has kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that you know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then you know, is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability, is that there's always problems.
Well, hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like, yeah.
We don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean?
It's coming at the same time on console.
When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators.
Same
like,
everything.
Not okay.
There's PC, console, and PC on crossplay as well.
Fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's
Stay away from
finding
my
fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Under your belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of light, between the acts. There's these kind of more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that when you're playing a second time that it feels we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and the camera changes position, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is that can be cool, but then if you're you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. You could just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat those quests.
Effectively,
because you know what to do.
There's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is growing. Now, in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
He started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For
You
sure.
even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
That's pretty cool. You know, I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, what is the history of these people? Like, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son.
Yeah, like those little interactions are really interesting.
There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel
which
like
probably ripples through all the ascendancies have an interaction with the bosses that they fight, which hasn't been done before.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before.
Delve, man.
I like that a lot because, like, as an action
I've got to like maybe 5 or 6 videos to thread together. So I'll pull it all together today.
Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
thinking ritual.
Internally, we had
Ritual
some
and
developers
expedition.
watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play
Or
that character. I want to
Ultimatum.
be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Valve
Ultimatum is so
type
profitable.
character, and so like
Cool.
all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh, yeah,
Or
we're
boss
definitely
farming.
come on, we
Just
have
go hard
to do a
with
Valve
space tank
thaumaturge
bosses.
like
Yeah,
shadow
sick.
ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do
Yeah.
awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and, you know.
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you
Yeah,
ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some
shape
power
of
goes
it.
on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage. When you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character. Whenever you cast spells, you're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going
Sick.
on, and like
Drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know by high level,
This is
you
a
kind of go wherever
really
you want to
long,
go. Using jewels, especially
thing,
getting off class stuff, you can kind of
Q&A.
be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about.
Thanks for the
ascendancy
raid,
and what's happening
Ronneray.
with that, and people were like watching the like.
What were your thoughts on the
trial
announcement?
and
I think it's
being
going to
like,
be friggin'
oh, what if
awesome.
I don't like this. Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out. As,
Q&A
like,
is a bit
simply as
rough to
possible.
get
Like
through.
how do you ascend?
It's not very factual. Hey, man.
In the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your
Yeah,
ascension.
I'm going to buy the $480
And
pack
effectively,
in a little
if
bit.
you as you get to higher level keys, for those
Ronneray,
trials,
are you doing
that
any
will unlock,
videos?
more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only,
Yeah,
the,
it's pretty
trial
rough to
class
get through.
with,
I know what builds
get
I'm
all
going to
the
be
points,
focusing
then you
on.
can just decide to do that. Just
By
play
the
at higher
way,
and higher levels and you get more points.
definitely going to be going
You know,
Titan.
if you want to do a mix, that's fine too.
Shield Titan.
Personally, I think people will want to try
Shield
out all the
Titan
different
with
content. I mean, you
dual
might
wield
think
weapon
that
in one hand and
but
a shield.
Even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like
With shield
I know
slams.
there's always contention around traps.
Armor stack and shield
because
slam.
in the
Pretty obvious
because
path
in
thing to go.
Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which
Yeah,
ones you want
man.
to go to.
Titan's
If you don't want
the
to deal
way.
with traps, you just don't.
You
pick
can
those
do
rooms,
Singer
right?
as
Yeah,
well,
don't go
from
to
what
the-
I can
don't go to
see
the
there with the other
rooms, you can
class.
just go to other things
Do
and
the
do
combat
like,
ones
do the
instead
combat
of-
ones.
Yeah.
That's fine too. So
I've made my
legally, it's like you
decision
always
the
get to
second
choose,
that
like, what you're
they
doing
showed
there.
it.
Like it's funny
Dark
because like, I know
Monk.
traps are so contentious, but
I know,
also
delve,
there
but
are
that's
people who just
okay.
enjoy that stuff, so,
They'll
yeah,
probably
you
add
wanna have
delve in.
something.
It'll be all good.
There's these
That's it,
like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now. And
big plus is
you're
basically
clearly
we got
leaning into
runes,
that now.
so
You
that's going to be
have,
interesting with
such a
here.
competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even
And
with every two,
I'm
that's
not
still
too
gonna be the
keen on
case. So you can
the.
lean
I
into that,
was a
like,
bit
making
negative about
content that is
the
spicier,
about the
but
first
divisive.
trial, and then the
And
ultimatum
now you're,
trial
like,
though looks
separating
pretty good.
trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot.
Yeah,
more.
man, we're going to be maxing
And you
out
do have
warrior.
the trial with the ascendancies.
God-tier warrior
and
player.
you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller.
I've got a bunch of ideas now, and I'll rehash that
specific
over
rewards
too
and
when I
everything.
go through it.
Might incentivize you to do that.
Yeah,
but of
I'm
course,
going to
on
be
the
going
other hand,
pretty
if you
cray
don't
with
want to do
warrior
that
guide.
content, we have full open trade, right?
I'll
You can just
break
trade for the
that
rewards,
class right
and
open.
fine
That's
too.
that's my
So,
wheelhouse.
like that's always part of it.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Like jewels drop
I'm
throughout
on
the world.
Mobalytics
But
as
if
well.
you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, well, it's Sanctum. I can't. It's Trial of the Sycamore.
So just so for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum.
But yeah,
League
I reckon with the
1.
shield, with
So
the
it's mechanically very
directional
similar,
shield and blocking,
but,
we'll be
it's
able to
obviously,
like create some pretty ridiculous
like
tanky
Marraketh
builds.
trial now, and we've changed it. A lot of things about
Swap
it have changed.
armor.
Like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic. In terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos.
It's going to cost like $700 AUD though.
And we just have to
I was like,
get used to the new names, which is very hard. But yeah, anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well. And if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, go. Feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well.
Hey, dude, how's it going?
Right then and there, you can trade the keys away.
I know. It's been a long stream since like 4 a.m.
And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like.
Ronneray, hit me up. Let's do a video together.
Itemized, tradable.
Oh, mate, I'm an accountant. This is interesting compared to some of the things that I do on a daily basis. I got to go and write a finance report in like 3 hours.
Sort of most games where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. Where like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
yeah. So, how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
Yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then
I
repeat
got a
them.
page of ideas, man.
I
got like
don't
6
worry.
or 7
You can't.
videos.
But the first ones are
out
repeatable.
of it.
You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of
Oh,
random
we have a Mobalytics Discord,
it
so
is pretty hard though.
all the creators in the Mobalytics chain, we've all been talking.
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
the breach rings looked
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed, but that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that.
Oh, there's
so you got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted is quite
and your defenses now. It can be fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in
the
dungeon.
We're going to be fine in that first lap.
And just because people
going to be
in
playing
Ultimatum, there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in Ultimatum,
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure combat
correct.
experience, then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
there will eventually
is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Cruia in Act 4, so it's the question of how would the Cruia ascend is the question.
Oh yeah, it's
Yes, and
gonna be crazy.
if there's any other things that have been
50%.
called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and
I am keen to
how
go and
likely that
take
is to be
bosses
related.
down, and I
I'm
think
just thinking
taking
now, we're just
bosses
thinking
down
of that
is going
Val
to be awesome.
Thaumaturge class before, and I'm
With,
already thinking like,
tanky
oh, it'd be
character.
so cool if you ascend an ultimatum. We want the trial master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way.
It'd
of
be pretty
the
wild if the trial is dealt.
I can't stop thinking about all this
He's,
stuff.
I did hear.
Yeah,
a few
he
of his
said,
lines in some of the
late-
gameplay Johnson was showing
late
me. It's
Feb.
Quite good. I love.
They
that
originally
he's back
said
here,
late
Trial
January,
Master.
but now it's late
He's
Feb.
good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So
Technically a true
we have
compliment.
the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but
2
there are
weeks.
unique jewels.
I got annual
and
leave
then
in 2
there
weeks too.
are, unique
Just in
soccer
time for
balls from the
PoE.
other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. I know what they. I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly.
Yeah,
if
I'm
I-
okay
if
with
I
that because it
accidentally say
means
it
like
is
we're
certainly by
basically
mistake.
getting the whole end game
But
for
yes.
Path of Exile
And
2,
that
so most of the end
Valor's
game for
from the
Path of Exile
Ultimatum
2
in
are a good
particular,
chunk of it. So
is
it's a
they
good
seem like
opportunity to
they're
master
a
the
lot
mechanics.
More important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val Orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one
Yeah,
socket
man.
above the normal limit. Which is also
You want to turn that in the collab vid?
so especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those
We could do a bunch of build
mods that are typically a
ideas
bit
for
beyond what
all
you
the
would normally
classes
get,
if you want. And the ascendancies.
on regular items.
So we already got the
whereas
gems.
runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find in any
Resists
kind of
and
item.
things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So
So
effectively, soul cores
the
is,
map
you know,
itself, the in-game map,
more in-gamey,
basically looks like the
socket
Echo
balls that you might
system
wanna
out of
use.
Last Epoch.
And, yeah,
even
but
down
obviously
to
being
when
able
you
to get, plus one
fail a
socket, I mean, it's something that
waystone,
everyone will
that's
want.
exactly what happens in
But
the
on the
Echo
other hand, there is
system.
that
So when
risk
you fail the
of,
Echo,
just
you
bricking an
can't
item.
go beyond
So,
that Echo,
you know, that's,
or you
the
lose the
deadly
bonus
gamble
off
you
that
have,
Echo.
as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Val Orbs are
Yeah.
more forgiving though. Like,
They are, yeah.
But like you
As
know,
long
if you
as I
think
can add
about,
your builds onto my
we talked about
curation,
enchantment,
then
yeah. So
we
some
got a
slots
deal.
you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because, you know, well maybe a soul core contests with it, but you know the whole point is that there's choice there involved. You know, and then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens.
The
but,
interesting thing
you know,
will be like,
for,
what happens if you
just say
totally
regular
screw
rare
up
items, it
and
will
you fail every
re-roll
like 1 to 3
waystone.
That's going to be
effectively
one
do
of
a
the
chaos
problems.
orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like it's just life, defense,
and then
defense.
is there a
double
way
res,
to? There's
and
got to be a way to
something else
reset
that
it
I don't
because if
want.
you brick it,
and,
there would need to
I'm
be a
like,
way
I'll
to
just
reset
start
it.
valing everything because why not? You know, I've got my Val Orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you've got your 3 damage mods, and you've got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking, he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
I only have one speed, and my one speed is we face tank it.
Yeah.
If we can outlive it, we can beat it.
Mod values
That's the goal.
It goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were, multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1200 life Kelm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Kelm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100
That
something,
monk
200
looks
life,
seriously
whatever that ends up
really
being.
bloody good.
Or do I want the socket?
Like,
it's
it
quite an
just
interesting
looks
choice and
powerful
adds an
as
extra
hell.
axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I mean, we'll guess we'll find out.
Yeah, the sword plus like the ability to like cast, and you could have cast on shock, cast on ignite, cast on freeze, and then you could proc all 3 elements if you had like a elemental proliferation support gem, right? So like you could proc all 3 elements and then have 3 things cast at once.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class.
There's some really cool build concepts that you can put together.
Something
with
that isn't just like. If you think even about in POE1,
totems
you've
look
got the
friggin'
duelist,
awesome
you can
as
go like
well.
Champion or Slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the Gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into
Yeah,
this
you
thing
just
that
got to
can
commit to
stop time.
one.
It's a little
That's
bit more.
always fine. You just got to go.
crazy.
All right,
And
I'm
you've
going to
got
go that.
the
Like for
mercenary,
me,
you can turn into a
either
genuine
Sork
legionnaire
or
and
the
effectively fuse gems
or
into
the
your
warrior,
flesh
the
to,
2
like,
picks I would go with because that's my
mutate
playstyle.
yourself,
So
It's
if I go
like not just
Sork,
talking about
yeah,
crossbows and
I'm going to
projectiles
go
over and over and
warrior
over and
is
over
going to be
again.
me.
It's
I'll
like
probably
doing
specialize in
whack
Titan.
stuff. So
But if I go
I
Sork,
really like
I'm
that.
going to go
That's awesome,
like
and we're going to make sure every single
was
class
it
has
the
one thing that is like
lightning build or
definitely
whatever
out
it
there.
is.
And then one thing that's
and then I'll
more
probably go
predictable,
lightning
more
tendrils
to
or
the
some lightning
expectation of the
setup.
trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger.
Totems look amazing.
And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon. Right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're
like
broad
I'm gonna
enough
go
to
warrior.
be that
Like hands down,
you
warrior is
might
gonna be
be
dope.
a ranger
I wanna
going a Deadeye,
rock with
but
shields.
playing a caster, right? Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy.
Also, when
for the
when your
Johnny
shield
players,
gets
as we
hit,
call
it
out
sounds
there, who
awesome in
wanna just
PoE too.
completely
So
experiment and figure
block
out,
is pretty cool.
the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I've invested into
Just bought
more spell damage
more
side, and you've got a
contact
whack
lenses.
tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying
Hands
down a
down.
bunch of either CCs or slows or build out.
I'd actually use
crowd
the
controls, and
totems,
then
so
you're using
I'd
the caster
do the
stuff.
main
Like,
hit with my
you
main
get some
weapon and use
pretty
the
out there things
totems
going on, and
as
the
like
important thing is it's not
proccing
like
vulnerability
just like,
or like
benefiting only
different
arrows
elements
or
and
only
slows and
bow
stuff like
attacks
that.
or anything like that.
And then
It's
that would
broad and
basically
now,
line me up to
opens
be
up the
able
world to what
to
you can
gap
do.
clear with
The same,
enemies.
like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, zero. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's
well, there would be
embracing that,
active
making
block,
sure
and there
people
was
still,
there
even
was
though we have all
most
these
likely to be
classes,
passive
we're
block.
embracing that Path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people
Yeah,
to be
no,
able
as
to
well
do.
do, man.
And
Yeah.
if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and
so
you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, yeah. At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like, originally way back.
Yeah, I reckon it'd be really good. Smash the enemy, hit him with armor break,
that wouldn't even
with the shield
be good enough
skill,
because,
and then like slam the ground, and then explode the ground,
this thing. So,
and then hit them with a follow-up hit.
And it might have the same thing.
That's basically the combo I'm thinking.
Different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So. Well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually do wonder if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly,
about like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. It sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there
All
are
right, I'm
even
going to buy the
certain
Karui pack
skills that
now.
don't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be more.
Spending
skills
some
coming,
money.
later
I got the
in
Karui
classes
pack.
because there are more skills. That
Or
we
the
got,
Warlord of
just about
Karui
there,
pack, and I'll upgrade it at
might
Christmas time.
make it. Yeah, and like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with like, 20,
so much
23,
money,
24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take a.
All right, I got my Path of Exile 2 key.
It takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8.
All right, Path of Exile 2 acquired.
But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering
where
how we
can you
want
claim
those
the
systems
key?
to work.
I
just
bought a key.
As
I
we're
didn't
also
care.
making
I
support
was like,
gems,
whatever.
as we're making character
I bought a
classes.
supporter
just
pack. If I get another
things to
key, I
slow
get another
down quite
key.
a bit,
It'll
and
probably
we
get
have to
emailed to
recalibrate
you,
and all-
most
yeah,
likely,
like,
and then you
it
take that
it
and
was
punch
an
it in your Steam account.
Extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
For sure.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there. Like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is when you click that all gems tab when you're doing uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button.
I've got one spare key.
And you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So
No,
that's like
there's a
all of a
lot-
sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's
can
actually
do
a
other
very
stuff.
cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah, like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like, and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. What do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going tink tink tink.
Then
tink,
you
tink,
have
tink,
armor
tink.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy
guy
consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain. Just
you can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases. And
I mean, that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast Frostwalls and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing.
Don't worry, man. I got videos. I got
that's really good.
I got a lot of shit mapped out.
Try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better tell me, because
it's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making games,
Exactly.
not hiding good builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combat. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation. Because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like I have to find
the thing that drops out of the sky is pretty awesome.
Like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that and people are understanding what the difficulty's meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of, like, you know, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, like, you know, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways.
Yeah, that'll be a new way to have to
options
build
than
around.
what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have 5. Here's your
They
5
haven't
freeze things,
said
and that's
when
what you
it'll
do,
be
right? There has to
issued,
be
man.
more than
I've
that
just
in
bought
order
a
to be able to have
supporter
it so you
pack
actually have
anyway
some
and
choices
claim
as
the
well.
key.
So
I don't care.
that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But
But
I think
it'll
that,
likely
the
be
choices that
emailed to
end
you,
up
and
with
then
as a
you get a
player,
key
like,
and you
know,
put
where
it
do
in
I
your
put my
Steam.
model
You'll redeem it
projectiles,
in
where do
your
I put
Steam
my
account
PS,
or
where-
something
like, I
like
think
that.
leads to a
Or
lot of
it'll just be
interesting
emailed to your
decisions,
account.
how you build, and you know, like I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you know, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it.
You just
Like, your
hear about
first
a
reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no, like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much
All
as
right,
possible.
guys, I got to
In
go
this case, it's
anyway.
made the gameplay
But
so much better
I'll talk
that,
to you
like, it
guys
just
a
had to
little
happen.
bit later on.
So
I've just got to take
Arguably,
a work call.
if you need to, like, if you end up in a
yeah. Anyway,
situation where
let's
you like,
rate,
I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the
Yeah,
gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like, that's a kind of more subtle argument that, like, you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction,
All
it
right,
doesn't sound
guys,
like what
I'll
they're
see
getting
you a
out of
little
it
bit
is more
later on.
choice. It
But
sounds
yeah,
like
there'll
they're
be a
getting
bunch
less.
of videos coming
But the
out.
reality is, it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like, here's the 5 mandatory things. You
Have a
to do
good
on
one,
the
all.